Honorable members, prayers. Almighty God, we humbly beseech thee to look with favor upon this Parliament of the Republic of Ghana. Grant that it may perform its high duty as in thy sight. Give divine guidance to the President of the Republic. Endow members of Parliament and ministers of state with discernment and vision, integrity and courage, that through the labors of government, this land may be well and truly served, and our good purposes for the common human life be realized in our midst. Amen. O God, grant us a vision of our country, fair as it might be, a country of righteousness, where none shall wrong his neighbor, a country of plenty, where evil and poverty shall be done away with, a country of brotherhood, where all success shall be founded on service and honor shall be given to the deserving, a country of peace, where government shall rest on the will of the people and the love for the common good. Bless the efforts of those who struggle to make this vision a living reality. Inspire and strengthen our people, that they may give time, thought, and sacrifice to speed the day of the coming beauty of Ghana and Africa. Amen. Honorable members, item 2 on the order paper. I had the honor and privilege to represent you at the launch of a very important publication by the Graphic Communications Group Limited, the reintroduction of the Ghana Yearbook. This one now is 2021. Those of you who belong to yesteryears, you can vividly recall the value that as a country we attached to the Ghana Yearbook. It left us for some time. I am informed that through the encouragement and insistence of the former Speaker, Right Honorable Professor Aaron Michael Okwe, the Graphic Communications Group took up the issue again, and they have published the Ghana Yearbook 2021. So I was invited to launch it. Apart from copious information on other sectors, they generously decided to focus on Parliament, and they've done a good job on the 7th Parliament and the 8th Parliament of the Republic of Ghana. And so, honorable members, this is a copy of the publication. I am doing this because you are all captured in this book, and this will be a very good record for you, for generations yet unborn. And I'm inviting all of you to try as much as possible to acquire a copy each. Please, in your own interest, those who can afford please go beyond one for your libraries and for your constituents. I think this is an important message I want to share with you. Thanks so much. It is not for free. We move on to item 3, correction of votes and proceedings and official reports. We start with the votes and proceedings of Wednesday, 17th March, 2021. Page 1. Page 2. Page 3. Page 4. Page 5. Page 6. Page 7. Page 8. Yes, Honorable Ablakwa.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, please, at page 8, the category members absent with permission is missing. And so there are quite a number of colleagues who we know secured permission from you, who have all been lumped under members who were absent. For example, the Honorable Augustine Tewia is absent with permission. The Honorable Joycelyn Tete is absent with permission. Honorable Benjamin Komlak-Podo, because they have shared with us the permission you granted them. But because that category is not here, it appears they've all been lumped. Mr. Speaker, there are implications in our standing orders for members absenting themselves beyond a certain number and what can happen to them. So, Mr. Speaker, if the table office will do the appropriate thing. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Table office, kindly take note. Yes, Honorable Lady.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my name has been captured in the absent list of members. I was in the House yesterday. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
What is your name?
Mr. Speaker, come again.
You say your name has been captured as absent. And I wanted to know.
8, Mr. Speaker.
I wanted. The name is what? Can we hear you? What is the name?
Mr. Speaker, please, my name is Kumsin Mavis Howard.
Ah, okay.
Mrs. number 8.
Please, honorable members, the face marks makes it difficult for identification. And so when you are speaking, kindly identify yourself, particularly the name and the constituency. Yes, I know you, but I couldn't identify you as Honorable Kunsin Mavis Howard, Mrs. That is why I was requesting that is done. Oh, that's okay. It's okay. Page 9. Yes, please.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, please, item numbered 9, page 9. The offending publications, Mr. Speaker, were from two publishers. Only one has been captured here, the Bedouin Cancer Publications. We need to insert New Golden Publications. So Bedouin Cancer Publications and New Golden Publications. There are two publishers who publish the textbooks. Mr. Speaker, I don't know if you will agree with me, but the third line, the offensive and derogatory, there were textbooks. If we can replace materials with textbooks to appropriately capture what the matter and issue is about. So textbooks, and then the publishers is Bedouin Cancer Publications and New Golden Publications.
Yes, honorable member, the first one will kindly take note of that. That is adding the New Holdings Publications. But the end of the statement responds adequately to the second issue you've raised. There are materials published in the textbooks for basic schools, so that is captured. So kindly insert only "and New Holdings Publications." Yes, Honorable Deputy Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, in respect of the statement made yesterday per item 9 on page 9, my understanding from the comment by Honorable Okudzeto Ablako was that the said derogatory remarks were not made against one particular ethnic group and some other states. So I would have preferred that instead of limiting, we talk about our ethnic group, we say that about some ethnic groups, because in its own words, it was not just limited to one ethnic, so that, we look at it, but if you want to, because that is not what you said yesterday, I'm only trying to draw attention to that.
Yes, Honorable.
Mr. Speaker, yes, in my contribution, I indicated that in one of the books, that is the one by the Bedouin Cancer Publications, other ethnic groups were not cast in good light. However, in the second book by New Golden Publications, page 17, they targeted the other ethnic group. So, Mr. Speaker, considering that the maker of the statement read the statement on behalf of the voter caucus, I think we can keep it as it is, since this is a record of the statement itself. So, Mr. Speaker, I think this should suffice.
Yes, Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I'm failing to appreciate what the issue is. You have the power to admit statements, and in doing so, statements that are submitted to you come with titles. The statement that the Honorable Nachu presented is what is captured here in a statement that he submitted to you, which normally you have a copy. So whoever made a contribution was only contributing to a statement made by the Honorable Nachu. So he will be the right and appropriate person if there are doubts. But I think I have conferred with him, so what is in page 9 is appropriate and reflects that which he stated yesterday, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Honorable members, what I'm urging the table office to do is just to add "and New Holdings Publications." The rest have been taken care of. Well, it's a statement specifically on an ethnic group, even though there are offending materials concerning other ethnic groups in the country. Do well to move away from such and to rather stop the revisionism of our history. I want to urge members to try and dig deep into history and read to know more where we came from and where we are today and where we want to go tomorrow, because it's very, very important. If you don't know where you are coming from, you will never know where you are or where you are going. As I sit here, it hurts me that we are not honoring the great and illustrious chief of Osu Alata Manche, popularly known as Ni Boni III, privately known as Kobina Taylor, who was also the Oyokohene of Techima traditional area. If not because of him, we wouldn't have gained independence in 1957. But we don't celebrate him. We don't even recognize him. We don't appreciate his contribution. But as far back as 1925, he had the honor of visiting the Queen, 1925, and started fighting for the independence of this country. Just because he was not a well-known politician, just a traditional leader, we seem to have relegated their contributions to the background, and every day we are only parroting the achievements of our colleagues, senior politicians. Please, let's take it serious, because it's one of the ways of forging together, to bond together, to move together as one nation, one people with one destiny. Members, I will be giving opportunity for you as my very good friend, Honorable Council, has been doing almost annually with respect to our illustrious Dr. J.B. Dankwa. I will give opportunities to many of you to at least say the stories of the achievements of our elders, so that we know that it was a fight that included both men and women and all for us to get to where we are today. I was expecting to see that it is not only big six, but more than six, because of George Parr Grant. But George Parr Grant is unknown. But he was the founding father and chair of UGCC. He was not the founder, but also the financier of UGCC. That one too belongs to history. A word to the wise is enough. Page 10. Page 11. Honorable members, the votes and proceedings of the 24th sitting of the first meeting of the first session held on Wednesday, 17th March 2020, corrected, are adopted as the true records of proceedings. After discussion with leadership, will allow one statement to be made. I'm told it's quite an important issue that has just also been discussed by. We'll allow a few comments, and then we can move to the main topic of the day, the continuation of the debate. The others, we want the ministers responsible for the sectors to be available before those statements are made. Some are quite urgent, but we need the reaction of the sector ministers, and also for them, after the statements are made, to take immediate action to resolve the issues. And so I'm going to permit the honorable member for Wa Central to make a statement on the devastating impact of Galamsey and irresponsible mining practices on Ghanaians by Honorable Dr. Rashid Pelpu. This is because of the impact on the water sector in the country and the threats to the water system. Yes, Honorable Member, you may do so now.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this unique opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I stand today on behalf of the many Ghanaians who have been afflicted by the unparalleled devastation we are witnessing across many communities in Ghana, especially in the Western region and many other regions of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, our dear country Ghana is blessed with enviable natural resources, a beautiful shoreline and ecosystem of serene rivers, marshlands, and green vegetation on which our people of myriads of flora and fauna depend. Rivers like Pra, Amanzule, Subin, Anko, Ofin, Brim, Blackwater, and large lagoons and water bodies like the Abe Legon are sources of sustenance and refreshment for entire communities in the southwestern and central banks of our country. Our people fish from along these rivers. Economic activities thrive along them, while our children and adults enjoy their refreshing waters. Underneath our lands and our shores are even more valuable minerals like gold, diamond, bauxite, manganese, and others, as well as millions of others, barrels of oil, of cubic feet of gas, and other resources. Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, the people who live in the areas where these valuable minerals are found are of the country. While their resources fuel Ghana's economy, they themselves have had to contend with subsistent living, lack of acceptable healthcare facilities, and personnel, dilapidated and non-existent education facilities, among others. One would have thought that for an opportunity to mine gold and other minerals in these areas would have opened up these areas and lead tangible improvement in the standard of living of the indigenous population of these communities. Ironically, Mr. Speaker, in the past 10 years, irresponsible mining practices made possible by lackluster supervision and regulatory regimes compiled with illegal mining or galamsey have left unspeakable devastation in these communities. Mr. Speaker, the level of destruction has taken on a new life of its own in the past 5 years. Today, Nkrofol, the birthplace of our pride and President of Ghana, Osajifo Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, has been left with gullies and unspeakable devastation that pose major risks to the inhabitants. The situation is even worse in some areas where these destructive and highly polluting activities are carried out right in the middle of towns and villages in the full glare of security and administrative personnel. Large tracts of virgin lands and in Suta, in the western region, Prestia and western region, in the western region, Obuasi, Adansi, and several other places in the Upper West region as well, have been destroyed. Mr. Speaker, many rivers we have mentioned here have been polluted beyond recognition. The atmosphere is saturated with mercury, contamination, cyanide, and other chemicals. Instead of refreshing the rivers, there are gullies and pools of mercury and silt-contaminated water. Children and adults alike have drowned in gullies left uncovered by these irresponsible activities. Mr. Speaker, that the President is addressing the Galamsey, in addressing the Galamsey in 2017, made a statement that, and I quote, "I am willing to put my presidency on the line." Today, Mr. Speaker, Galamsey and various versions of this have become a normal practice. The attempt at tackling these menace only lead to cronies of the government in power and other individuals, and particularly connected Ghanaians and foreign nationals, being given licenses with no follow-up to determine what they do. Mr. Speaker, security forces have enforced the law only half-heartedly. Mr. Speaker, the lack of will to act at the top has led to suspicion about the security of authorities in taking the right actions to end these irresponsible and illegal activities. At this rate, Mr. Speaker, something drastic is done to curb this menace. Many in our nation, and these are the most vulnerable of our population, would need to import water for the survival and continuing debilitating diseases that can result from prolonged mercury poisoning. Mr. Speaker, the opportunity of doing nothing about this current mayhem unleashed by irresponsible mining practices and Galamsey is enormous. Our country stands at the crossroad today. We in Parliament have the onerous responsibility to and require the government of President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, the Minerals Commission, the Ministry of Lands and Forestry, the Ghana National House of Chiefs, and the Regional House of Chiefs, and especially those in the hotspots in the Act, to curb this menace once and for all. Mr. Speaker, a government environmental activist, Mrs. Elizabeth Van, who I found on Facebook and other social media, has put out some very important areas of commissioning for our understanding. And Mr. Speaker, about 3,500 signatories in Ghana and abroad, all are found citing and signing these her resolution which he put across. And Mr. Speaker, may I just quote a few of them? And number one being that we are called on to halt the matter of agency. As a matter of agency, the imposition of executors, and to ensure that the matter is brought to an end. Number two, Mr. Speaker, the government of Ghana to halt all licensing for the prospecting of gold, bauxite, and any other minerals in the forest. The Speaker, he also said that we need to have all mining activities in our near bodies of water and forest reserves halted with immediate effect. And we also need to have all current mining licenses holders present their land reclamation plans to an independently created body in land reclamation and mining. Mr. Speaker, having read all these, I have taken notice that the President, in mentioning the minister to take over from the past minister, he particularly mentioned a young person, Honorable Samuel Jinapo, to take over as the Minister for Lands and Forestry. We look forward to seeing a more determined foresight in saving our dear country. This will address the earlier lackluster approach in dealing with the issue. Mr. Speaker, I have another page which I have left out just because it looks like there's a lot of time we need to. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Deputy Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, view my senior colleague's statement under the rules of this House. And the terms of the statement, as you admitted, is supposed to be fully made available to the House. So I would suggest, most humbly, that if he holds a view that for want of time, he wouldn't want to read everything, then he must apply to the chair for Hansa to capture the entire statement. Other than that, I think, Mr. Speaker, there will be a difficulty. Mr. Speaker, without boring you, Order 72 is clear on what it is. I'm grateful, Mr. Speaker.
Well, honorable members, I will just direct that he submits a copy of the statement to be fully captured by the Hansard office. Yes, Honorable Kofi Ama.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me first of all thank the maker of the statement, Honorable Pepo, for this very important statement on a very important topic, Galamsey. Mr. Speaker, the devastation that this menace is causing in our country, especially in the communities that he mentioned, cannot be overemphasized. The pollution to our water bodies, our rivers, the pollution to even the air we breathe, the daily stories of young men dying in pits, the devastation that this is causing, Mr. Speaker, are clearly what has been recounted. Now, Mr. Speaker, on this day, and because I'm speaking in Parliament, I want to talk about even the issuance of mining licenses to the so-called very legitimate mining companies and what they are actually doing to encourage Galamsey. Mr. Speaker, a lot of these Galamsey activities have been occurring in our community, especially in my community. And I started to investigate why the constant interest. And I found out that the big mining companies who have concessions occasionally will not be getting the kind of mines that they had projected they will get in the area. So they are getting what they call tailings from the illegal galamseyers. And that is actually what is keeping their business going, encouraging illegal. And Mr. Speaker, even as we describe and talk about this effect, I think I'm calling on government, especially the Minerals Commission, to ban this tailing that these mining companies are getting. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, I think it's also very important that just last week there was a shooting, a rancor between a community, the Valua Jomrojura, and a mining company, Adamus. And Mr. Speaker, if you go into the story, it had to do with a community with a lot of young people who no jobs, and the feeling that the mining company has not even been engaging them. It is important that mining communities basically engage properly the communities and have a long-term plan with these communities. You cannot work in a community and mine and take the only resources they have. You can get your licenses from the government in Accra, but the real people with the social licenses are the communities. And often when these mining companies go to these communities, the communities are ignored. They can't mine, they don't have any authority, and yet they feel completely helpless. It is important that if we are to address illegal mining, these issues must also be addressed. But Mr. Speaker, more importantly, we must have a plan. And I agree that the maker of the statement talked about political will. I mean, the history of our fight with Galamsey is a very extended one. I'm sure that every government has tried it. But we have to ask the question, why do we always fail? Mr. Speaker, we fail because at the core of this business, illegal Galamsey, is, and we must really find the solution. And Mr. Speaker, the solution lies in making sure that we do the things that will empower the youth. We do the things that will empower our young people. I think the call that we immediately get the Minerals Commission and other government institutions to begin a bold decision to ban the issue close to water bodies should be a starting point. But Mr. Speaker, more importantly, the lessons in the last 2 years must tell us something. We cannot make a bold decision that we want to fight Galamsey and somehow think that we can make exceptions. We can make exceptions to our cronies, we can make exceptions to our party friends, and somehow we can succeed. It was obvious that the reason why we got to where we were was because people just got out of control. This is clearly a lesson that we should learn if we are to succeed again in this fight against Galamsey. It is a fight we must win. It is a fight we must win together. It is a fight that is at the heart of Ghana's own survival. Check our water bodies around. So, Mr. Speaker, it's a very important statement. We must fight Galamsey, but we must fight it together. We must fight it with one objective, to protect our water bodies and create alternatives for our young people. And thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Yes, Honorable. I don't intend to call too many people, but yes, it's your turn.
Grateful, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm adding my voice to the statement ably made by my senior colleague on small-scale mining. Mr. Speaker, the Galamsey, as we popularly caption, is gather them and sell. Mr. Speaker, locally, the white people came to our area, and because we were collecting the gold nuggets with brooms at all times, They normally termed it as gather them and sell. And my grandma couldn't pronounce it well and said galamsey. So galamsey is gather them and sell. Mr. Speaker, in our jurisdiction, small-scale mining or mining is termed as galamsey, whether it is legal or illegal. And when we're tackling such a menace, we need to be careful and locally find lasting solution to this menace. Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, we're not being truthful to ourselves. We come to this floor and we preach to our people to desist from small-scale mining, galamsey termed. Then we go out there during campaign time, go to various sites and tell them to go and secure sites and mine without any license. Such scenes are very unfortunate, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is important for us to note that small-scale mining in general is helping so many countries in Africa especially. If you go to Kenya, small-scale mining is bringing in about $225 million per year. You go to Rwanda, and Rwanda, you cannot in any way compare mining in Ghana to that of Rwanda. And Rwanda, small-scale mining is contributing to 20% of the country's exports. Mr. Speaker, if you go to Uganda, the story is not different. How can we collectively come together as a nation and find ways of resolving and coming to the plate with a common solution? Mr. Speaker, the new minister, Honorable Samuel Jinapor, has whispered that there is a need for us to protect our heritage. There is a need for us to protect our river bodies. There is a need for us to protect our forests. Mr. Speaker, he's whispered, once we have forest guards, can't we also have river guards to protect our river bodies? It is important for us to have an institution that can single-handedly handle mining in the river bodies. It is unfortunate that we're consciously destroying our river bodies in this country. If we don't take care, we might import water going forward. How do we address this menace? The Speaker, the previous speaker made minimization of the licenses. It is important for us to ensure that people do not struggle in getting or securing licenses in this sector. Mr. Speaker, how are we going to put them together to ensure that people access mining without any difficulty? If we do that, then we'll also, in a way, secure or prevent people from illegally mining our concessions. Mr. Speaker, it is also important for us to note as a country that this sector generates so much in terms of employment. When we are banning, we must have a measure of migrating those on illegal concessions to legal concessions. It's just like migrating market women to a different section. You cannot just put a ban on them and say, don't go to this market at this particular point in time. You need to secure them a place. You move them from where they are to the earmarked position. So it is important for us to have a database of all the legal concessions in Ghana. Make sure we migrate those on illegal concessions to the legal concessions. And that is also going to be the key. Mr. Speaker, I'm happy time we all putting our hands on the same page to address illegal mining. But let us be careful that we'll sing from the same hymn page, not discussing something important here and going on air to say a different thing, that you go and mine illegally. If it is illegal here, it must be illegal everywhere. Not saying something here and touting on air differently. Mr. Speaker, I once again commend the maker of the statement, and let's tackle this menace collectively and dispassionately. I'm grateful, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, we still have the motion to debate. And today we are programmed to take 15 from each side of the House. So 30 of you have agreed to contribute to the debate today. And so we are likely to go beyond 10 p.m. unless you want to curtail some of your submissions. I don't want to restrict the free flow of our deliberations in the House. That's why sometimes I'm very generous. And so please, if you can limit your comments, I'll admit a few more. And I'll start with Honorable Suhini. I'll come back to the Minister to say a word, then we can move on. Yes, Honorable Suhini.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the statement ably made by a ranking member for Lands and Forestry. I wish to commend him for such a thorough and well-researched paper that has been presented. Mr. Speaker, I've lost count of the number of times I've listened to statements being made on the need for all of us to come together to fight galamsey. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, the President, in many of his State of the Nation address, have also, on countless occasions, made statements on the need for us to fight this menace. Even presidents before him made commitments to the effect that there's a need for all of us to come together to fight this menace. Mr. Speaker, however, what is the fact that out there we seem clearly to have been losing the fight every time we renew our commitment and our pledge to fight the menace. And the consequences are that our water bodies remain polluted, our forest cover is depleted, and our citizens continue to put their lives at risk as they engage in this practice. Our farmlands are also affected by the practice. So perhaps, Mr. Speaker, it is about time that we came together to look at what we have been doing over the period, which have not been giving us the desired results, because it is common knowledge that if you do the same things expecting different results, then you can be perhaps likened to a man who is not very well upstairs. So it is perhaps the brute force of closing down mines, of destroying equipment, burning them, arresting and imprisoning people, have not given us the results that we have all desired. We have spoken often about the need to introduce, for example, alternative livelihood programs. How well have those programs that we have introduced in some of these communities served us? We should be looking at reviewing those alternative livelihood programs and assessing the impact of those programs to see if they are, a better option for us to use in dealing with this. Again, we also know about that are required for people to take advantage of this natural resource that belongs to the people and in their communities. Because people definitely, naturally, will want to extract this natural resource that is found within their communities and is supposed to be used for their good. But if you have cumbersome processes, for example, you have the Mineral Commission that is supposed to regulate the activities of these miners, centered in sometimes only in Greater Accra, and yet you have a mining field in Bolga. You have a resource that the people in the Western region want to exploit, and For them to be able to get the permit to do that, they'll have to travel long distances, sometimes make many trips to some of these offices so that they can get the approvals to extract these minerals. These are disincentives, Mr. Speaker, for people to even follow the law and do the mining, using appropriate technology and appropriate processes. So it is perhaps also good for us to look at how we can decentralize the Minerals Commission and the offices that are cities of these small-scale miners. Mr. Speaker, I am disappointed, however, that toll was being waived on these miners. Our president, after 4 years, came around to humbly, request that we begin another national conversation on this. Clearly, it tells you, Mr. Speaker, that we had spent so much money at what we thought was a war worth winning, only for us to get very little results from it. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, what was missing in the war was the government mess before the 2016 general elections to improve our water bodies by implementing a program that was to be known as the Clean Rivers Program. Mr. Speaker, it's unfortunate that by 2020, the only message on this Clean Rivers Program that you will find in the 2020 manifesto of the New Patriotic Party is the assertion that a total of 9 million trees were planted along river sides. I mean, how was that supposed to ensure that we improve the water quality of our lakes and rivers in this country? So, Mr. Speaker, I agree with the call for all of us to have a written review some of the things that we have been doing that have been giving us the results that we are all not too excited about, and perhaps design a better approach moving forward. And I wish the new minister well. I hope that he will be accommodating enough and will be all-embracing. He will operate an open-door policy that will invite opinions and suggestions that together we can all succeed in ensuring that our people benefit from this natural resource, but not to the detriment of our environment and our livelihood. I thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Honourable Minister for Lands and Natural Resources.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the statement made by the Honourable Rashid Pelpo, Member of Parliament for Wa Central, and who happens to be the ranking member for my ministry. The Speaker, the ministry is changed from lands and forestry to lands and natural resources, just for the record. Mr. Speaker, when I appeared before the Appointments Committee, I made the point that for us to be able to deal with the issue of illegal small-scale mining, galamsey, in our country, I will respectfully submit, Mr. Speaker, that we need honesty. We need to be very honest. We need to be very sincere. And I ask for the support of this House, and I continue to ask for the support of this House, which is that for us to be able to make any meaningful impact in dealing with illegal small-scale mining in our country, we will need honesty and sincerity. Mr. Speaker, the fact is that anywhere you have an extractive industry in the world, whether it's in Canada or Australia or South Africa or Kenya or the California gold rush, which we are all very familiar with, you have problems with illegality. That is the situation. Mr. Speaker, I want to also say that when the President called for a national dialogue, he was sincere, and we require a national dialogue. Mr. Speaker, the reason why we require a national dialogue is that if you take a look at the manifesto of the New Patriotic Party for both election 2016 and 2020, and you take the manifesto of the National Democratic Congress for both election 2016 and 2020, the commitments in respect of illegal small-scale mining are almost the same. They are the same. Look at it, Mr. Speaker. The two parties all commit to a lawful, viable, environmentally prudent small-scale mining. And both parties frown upon illegal small-scale mining. So that honesty is required, and I want to proceed that I don't take the position that everything that happened in the past was bad and was a failure and that was wrong, and that everything that happened in the past was good. Mr. Speaker, lots of good interventions took place in the first 4 years of President Akufo-Addo in respect to mining. This was arguably the first time in our history, Mr. Speaker, that the issue of illegal small-scale mining was put very much at the front burner, where a lot of interventions were made. Interventions such as training small-scale miners, interventions such as community mining introduction. Mr. Speaker, I have in my hand here a gamut of legal legislative interventions, laws which were put in place to deal with equipment, to deal with the issues of how to acquire license, to deal with how to use revenue which comes from mining and all of it. So a lot of things happened. Mr. Speaker, is the infrastructural component of the fight. But we must also admit, and I'm the first as the minister to admit, that there are lessons to be learned out of that. Which is why, Mr. Speaker, since taking office in 14 days today, I have set up a committee chaired by the able member of parliament from Wabieda, Honorable Bin, to coordinate this national dialogue, which will have all of us around the table, MPP, NDC, National House of Chiefs, pundits, civil society organizations, media, around the table to discuss this matter. Mr. Speaker, the impression sometimes is created that illegal small-scale mining just happened overnight. That is not correct, Mr. Speaker. It is not correct that illegal small-scale mining just happened. Mr. Speaker, I have in my hand here the proceedings of the Appointments Committee dated Friday, 25th January 2013, where, very characteristic of my friend, the Honorable Okujoto Ablakwa, tabled, quite rightly, the issue of illegal small-scale mining. When my senior brother, the Honorable Alhaji Idris Hussaini, appeared before the Appointments Committee to be vetted for the position of Minister for Lands and Natural Resources. And Mr. Speaker, it's instructive and revealing. We just want to read portions of it. And I quote, the Honorable Okujoto Ablakwa, in posing a question, stated as follows. My second question, Mr. Chairman, has to do with mining, small-scale mining. In recent times, there have been serious concerns about the way and manner small-scale mining is destroying our environment. Indeed, our water bodies are now polluted because of small-scale mining, especially small-scale mining, popularly known as galamsey. While you are answering that too, I would like to know how you intend to carry out the NDC manifesto pledge to flush out foreign galamsey operators. Now you have to grapple with not only the illegal small-scale miners from Ghana, but illegal small-scale miners from many other countries. The NDC manifesto, and it goes on and on and on. Mr. Speaker, the point out of this, and indeed, Mr. Speaker, again, I have here in my hand a graphic report dated 1st June 2017, where graphic reports as follows. 1st June 2017, and I quote, Mr. Speaker, with your indulgence. National campaign against illegal small-scale mining, galamsey, is yielding some positive results as the quality and levels of water bodies in our country have improved. This has enabled the Ghana Water Company Limited to resume the operation of some of its treatment plants that were shut down due to the impact of galamsey, end quote. Mr. Speaker, 6 months into the administration of President Akufo-Addo, 6 months into the administration of President Akufo-Addo, because the fact was that Ghana Water Company plants had been shut down because of the adverse consequences of illegal small-scale mining. Mr. Speaker, that said, I want to conclude by craving the indulgence of members of this House, because we have 275 members of Parliament. Mr. Speaker, so if I was lucky to even receive the support of the members of this House, I have no doubt that we can deal with illegal small-scale mining in this country. Because in every community where you have illegal small-scale mining, you have a member of Parliament. In every community where you have illegal small-scale mining, you have an influential member of this House. And I intend to count on the wisdom, the experiences, and the support of members of this House. And together, if we stand by the vision of President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, illegal small-scale mining in our country for the betterment of the future of our country. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, we'll move on. Statement time is ended, and we start at the commencement of public business. Item 5 on the order paper. Honourable members, we shall continue with the debate to approve the financial policy of the government of Ghana for the year ending 31st December 2021. You recall it was moved on Friday, 12 March 2021, and seconded on the 16th of March, which is Tuesday, 2021. So we'll continue with the debate. Yesterday, we ended with the contribution of an honourable member from the left side of the House. And therefore, we'll start today with an honourable member from the right, I mean my right side. And the list I have from that side has given the first position to the Honourable Samuel Atachia to set the ball rolling for today. Honourable Member, you may submit your contributions.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker, for the brief space to make a modest contribution to motion number 5 on today's order paper. To the effect
Sorry,
that
Honourable Member, are you ranking member or?
I'm the chairman.
You are chairman?
Yes.
You are chairman of which committee?
Mines and Energy.
Good. All right. So you have 15 minutes.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. The motion to the effect that this Honourable House approves the budget statement and economic policy of the government for the year ending 31st December 2021. Honourable Speaker, if I may quote a prominent development thinker, Jeff Sessions, and this is what he said: "We cannot do everything with the budget, but we can put the country on a much sounder financial footing." Unquote. Mr. Speaker, this is what the budget themed economic revitalization through completion, consolidation, and continuity. When you're here, we are moving forward. It's all about. We are being placed on a much sounder financial footing. Mr. Speaker, I've heard some June arguments that the COVID pandemic did not have any level of debilitating effect on the economy of this country. A lot of my colleagues on the other side have been making this argument. I beg to differ. We don't have to live in denial when it comes to the economy, Mr. Speaker. The economy does not wear party colors. And I want to quote what the minister responsible for finance said concerning the effect of the COVID on the economy. That is at paragraph 7, page 1, and then I will end at paragraph 8 at page 2. Mr. Speaker, with your kind permission, I would like to quote. Mr. Speaker, the year 2020 was a difficult period for Ghana and the rest of the world. Never before in recent history has a pandemic triggered such dramatic changes to lives and livelihoods simultaneously. The last such pandemic of global impact was the Spanish flu in 1918, over 100 years ago. The ensuing crisis has disrupted supply chains and exerted undue pressure on economic and financial systems, killed businesses and jobs. Developing and emerging economies, including Ghana, has had to deal with external headwinds, falling commodity prices, and rising expenditures to address the effects of the pandemic, unquote. Right, Honourable Speaker, let me bring to your attention that it is not only the financial minister who is seeing this situation, the World Bank itself. And I'll put a couple of observations from the World Bank, and I'm quoting the Global Economic Prospects of the World Bank, the January 2021 report. With your permission, I'd like to just quote the beginning point. COVID-19, who are the naysayers to listen, the World Bank is speaking, caused a global recession whose depth was surpassed only by the 2 world wars and the Great Depression over the past century and a half. Although global economic activity is growing again, it is not likely business as usual for the foreseeable future. The pandemic has caused a severe loss of life. It's tipping millions into extreme poverty and is expected to inflict lasting scars that push activity and income well below their pre-pandemic trend for a prolonged period, unquote. On, I said January 2021, and I want you to listen, please. And now let me quote what is said of sub-Saharan Africa, and it also concerns the World Bank report of January 2021. Sub-Saharan Africa, Ghana included, of course, has been hard hit by the COVID-19 pandemic, with activity in the region shrinking by an estimated 3.7% last year. Growth is forecast to resume at a moderate average pace in 2021 and 2022, essentially zero in per capita terms and well below previous projections, as persistent outbreaks in several countries continue to inhibit the recovery. COVID-19 is likely to weigh on growth in Africa for a long time, and as the rollout of vaccines in the region is expected to lag that of advanced countries and major EMDEs, further dampening growth. As a result, living standards are likely to be set back a decade, and 10 million of people in the region could be placed into extreme poverty. Cumulatively, in 2020 and 2021, risks to the region outlook are tilted to the downside and include weaker than expected recoveries in key trading partner economies, logistical hurdles that further impede vaccine distribution, and scarring of labor productivity that weakens potential growth and income over the longer period, unquote. The World Bank says that in the year 2018, Ghana recorded real GDP growth at market prices in percent 6.3, 2018, 2019, 6.5, and the year of our problems, 2020, 1.1. These are raw figures that do not wear party colors. And let's run away from the situation in which we are trying to live in denial, so we tackle the problem together. Right, Honourable Speaker, I beg to submit that the debt pillage that everybody is talking about is equally the handiwork of the Mahama government, the debt pillage. And let me refer to the 2020 financial year and the budget that was read to us by Mr. Ken Oforiatta. I'm referring to page 2, the paragraph, Mr. Speaker. If you add the cost of cleaning the financial sector challenges to the long list of legacy bills that the Akufo-Addo government had to settle, the cost to the Ghanaian taxpayer is around 33 billion Ghana cedis. This assertion remains unchallenged. It is deemed admitted. Honorable Speaker, the unnecessary cost of doing so to the economy in 2014 alone was in the gargantuan sum of 680 million United States dollars, which is 2% of GDP. These are incontrovertible, facts, and they add to the debt spillage. The nation is hemorrhaging by reason of excess capacity charge of 70 million annually. Excess capacity charge in the sum of 70 million annually. The take or pay at the behest of the Mahama government, rather than the more sensible arrangement of take and pay, tantamounts to causing financial loss to the state. I want to repeat that. The take or pay at the Mahama government, rather than the more sensible arrangement of take and pay, tantamounts to causing financial loss to the state. Mr. Speaker, I want to refer to the Supreme Court case of Chachuchi Kata versus the Republic. And I'm reading the ingredients of causing financial loss to the state. It may be found at page 1069. It is also provided by Section 179A3A of the Criminal Code 1960, Act 29, as amended by the Criminal Code Amendment Act 1993, Act 458, that any person through whose willful, 1, malicious, 2, fraudulent action, and what is even more serious, or omission, the state incurs a financial loss, commits an offense. We shouldn't run away from these things. There are serious offenses that have been committed because of the take or pay. Honorable Speaker, perusing the sectorial development and the sectorial development outlook, I paid serious attention to the Office of Government Machinery. Because, Honorable Speaker, I heard arguments that the budget of the Office of Government Machinery is expanding. I said, of course, it should expand, because it's the most serious department of governance. What is even more serious than that, I counted close to 14 programs being driven by the President under the Office of Government Machinery. So what do you expect? The enhanced benefit of local awards by the Scholarship Secretariat, the Nation Builders Corps, the Ghana Investment Promotion Center, GIPC, that raked in United States dollars 627.52 million of foreign direct investment, MASLOC, the new National Equipment Leasing Policy, the continuing Zongo Development Fund Program, sanitation and water for all, inclusive. Honorable Speaker, this is consistent with fulfilling Sustainable Development Goals numbered 15. 50 prefabricated warehouses for grains. The continuing One Village, One Dam. Number 10, provisions of markets. Number 11, 10,000 hospital beds for the 275 constituencies. Number 12, the National Property Address Tagging Project. Number 13, constituency-specific projects, the supply of outboard motors. And therefore, it is an invented logic to say the President is driving the economy through his office, his budget should shrink. The better the programs and the more we apply the monies, the better the nation moves forward. In keeping with Sustainable Development Goal number 16, on peace, justice, strong institutions, the justice delivery is undergoing a process. The Alternative Dispute Resolution ADR program is being upscaled to reduce the murking backlog of civil cases. The progress of having an e-justice system should be our categorical imperative as we free us from the fetters of antiquated typewriters. The President wants us to change our eyeglasses, Right Honourable Speaker, to see fresh vistas of economic revitalization through completion, consolidation, and the good programs that he has started. One here. The doubting Thomases should join us. And let me conclude by quoting Dr. David Anker. I want to conclude by that. Where's my petition? Hey, how you doing? Right, Honourable Speaker, let me quote Dr. David Anker. The party's policy is to liberate the energies of the people for the growth of a property-owning democracy in this land, with right to life, freedom, and justice as the principles to which the government and laws of the land should be dedicated, in order to specifically to enrich life, property, and liberty of each and every citizen. Unquote. President Akufo-Addo is driving the destination of this nation. I thank you for your kind indulgence.
You only added 21 seconds to your 15 minutes. It's now the turn of the Honourable Member Dr. Kwabena Donko. You are a ranking member, so you have 15 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank you for the opportunity to contribute to the motion. Mr. Speaker, I want to start by wondering why, for the first time in recent years, as a nation, we were unable to agree on a minimum wage for the hard-working people of Ghana before the beginning of this financial year. Mr. Speaker, it's been the practice that for the budget to be meaningful, agreement should be reached by the tripartite committee on the minimum wage for the wage to become an input into the budget. Mr. Speaker, I don't want to believe that this time-honored tradition was breached because people were in a hurry. That people were in a hurry. Neither was this breached because we did not recognize the importance of human capital. What then informed the personal emoluments component of the budget? Is it guesswork with the opportunity to come back in the media to review our guesswork? Mr. Speaker, as a people, we can be far more serious than this. If we are underestimating the importance of human capital, considering that personal emoluments per paragraph 269 constitutes 26.6% of total expenditure. Then, Mr. Speaker, we are doing our best, a half-hearted job, and at worst, a very shoddy job at that. Mr. Speaker, 149 and 258, the issue of excess capacity, the perennial excuse of excess capacity is brought again into full play. Mr. Speaker, excess capacity has been used as some justification for the debt overhang that we have. But, Mr. Speaker, let's separate facts from propaganda. Let's separate the wheat from the chaff. In 2019, out of the amount allegedly paid to clear capacity charges, was paid $97,359,175, nearly $100 million. What does Letasco do? Letasco supplies fuel. What is the correlation between fuel and excess capacity? If the plant is not producing, will it work? That we have to pay nearly $100 million for it? Again, Stratcom, a company formed in 2017, was paid $122,225,509 million. Again, allegedly classified as excess capacity payment. Stratcom, formed in 2017, so it is convenient to box all these payments in excess capacity charges. Capacity, and we are paying this amount over $200 million for fuel. So the intention of being disingenuous, being misleading, Mr. Speaker, doesn't augur well for transparency. Certainly what we're doing. Mr. Speaker, 1,600 megawatts of our generation capacity is hydro-based. Akosombo has an installed capacity of 1,020. For the hydro, Thorn has 160. Bui has 400. It takes only one bad rainy season to have half of this capacity wiped away. Just one bad rainy season. And therefore, having experienced the challenges we had in 1983, 2007, 2014, we will not be prudent to put all our eggs in one basket, knowing that it takes just one poor rainy season to wipe away half of our hydro generating capacity. In making provision for this, it is unfair. The people, probably alien to the industry, or wanting to just have propaganda advantage, will say it's excess capacity. These are the facts, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we also have 3 units of Valco with a combined capacity of 225 megawatts lying idle. Three port lines are lying. These port lines would have consumed 225 megawatts of power. If there's a shrinkage in our industrial capacity, the consequences of that shrinkage should not be visited on people with foresight to provide power. Mr. Speaker, I have heard that take or pay is tantamount to causing financial loss. Mr. Speaker, people can be pardoned for being of historical trends. Mr. Speaker, every single developing country that has gone through this transformation, this transition, has had to have take or pay contracts. It is only when you get to the stage of self-sufficiency that you move from take or pay to take and pay. Go to Turkey. Go to any other developing country, Chile, that has made progress in recent years. This is the trend. Especially when you don't have the indigenous capacity to set up. Mr. Speaker, an investment of between $300 to $400 million is needed for each single turbine plant. Which investor, in his or her right frame of mind, will come and establish a $300-400 million thermal plant in your country? No guarantee that the power will be used, with no guarantee of an offtake. Mr. Speaker, even if the investor has access to illegal funds, even if the investor has access to funds from the drug trade, that investor will still invest wisely. It is for this reason that take or pay. It's a commitment by the country that your investment is needed, and that if you invest, we will make sure that that power is utilized. Mr. Speaker, take or pay is also dependent on availability. If we are not sufficiently conscious to ensure availability, we will be charged for take or pay when we don't have to be charged. Mr. Speaker, His Excellency the President, our President, stated in his State of the Nation address, and is captured again, that there's going to be LNG in this country. We are in this house. We will see if the LNG will be take or pay or take and pay. Eventually. And talking about LNG, Mr. Speaker, it baffles me that at a time we still have excess gas supply, when we are unable to take the gas we produce because of pipeline constraint, we prefer to import LNG, to delinking, to removing the pipeline constraints so that we can use our indigenous gas. Is it the mercantilist mentality that is at play, where we prefer imported things to domestically produced? Mr. Speaker, as a country, I believe we can rise above this. the tenfold as well as greater jubilee, we are unable to take up all of its gas capacity because of pipeline constraints. Instead of addressing that first, Mr. Speaker, we prefer importing gas at a higher cost. Yes, we are better managers of the economy, and so we always prefer importing to producing domestically. Mr. Speaker, we are also told how we have excess capacity, and yet we go into renegotiations to extend the duration of contracted power plants. AXA was contracted for 5 years. This House approved the emergency power agreement for a duration of 5 years. Today, that is being extended, and yet we complain that we have excess capacity. Car power, we have also extended car power. And it is ironic, except in politics, I find it difficult for people wanting to have their cake and eat it at the same time. This can only happen in politics. The people complaining of excess capacity are busily extending the duration of plans that should be coming to an end. And yet we still have the morality, we still have the moral authority to talk about excess capacity, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when the Ameri plant was brought into this country, when the agreement was laid before this House, Mr. Speaker, the howling that greeted Ameri was legendary. But today, Mr. Speaker, we find in paragraph 755 that we are relocating Ameri to Kumasi because today Ameri is almost fully amortized. It's become our property. But let me have some advice, Mr. Speaker. We have T3. We spent over $250 million constructing T3 that never produced a megawatt. Fortunately, the LM2500 plants used for Ameri, the same plants can be used for T3. Let's have 4 units of the Ameri facility.
Honourable Member, conclude.
Let's have 4 units of the Ameri plant of 10 units fitted into T3 because the heat recovery that T3 has, it will be more efficient and will be more beneficial for this country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Honourable Member, you have taken 40 seconds in addition. It's now the turn of Honourable Amin Anta, Doctor.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the debate on the motion for this House to approve the budget statement and economic policy of the Government of Ghana for the 2021 financial year. Now, Mr. Speaker, before I make my direct contributions, I'd like to correct some impressions that have been created in relation to the management of the energy sector by the MPP government. Yesterday, the Honorable Dela Sowa stated, and she was very emphatic.
Sorry, Honourable Member, First Deputy Speaker to take the chair.
Yes, honourable member, please continue.
Yes. Yesterday, Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Dela Sowa stated, and she was very emphatic about this, that this government, the MPP government, has been extending electricity to towns in Togo when there are communities in Ghana, city. Mr. Speaker, the most recent works on extension of electricity to border towns in Togo was done in two phases. The first phase was in 2009 and 2010, and the second phase in 2014 and 2015. The MPP government has not undertaken any such projects. Mr. Speaker, she also said that we are using poles and materials belonging to Ghana to extend electricity to Togo, towns in Togo. Mr. Speaker, that is not factual. The materials and poles that were used in these projects were funded by the West Africa Power Pool. It's not money provided by the government of Ghana for these projects. And so, Mr. Speaker, the MPP government has not done such projects. But, Mr. Speaker, our friends on the other side have argued variously that if we have excess capacity in Ghana, we should be exporting some of the power that we produce. And I'm wondering why they have problem extending electricity to towns in Togo. Because if we don't extend electricity to towns in our neighboring countries, how do we export to them? Because these countries do not have the kind of infrastructure that we have. And this happens to border towns because of their proximity to Ghana's infrastructure. And so even if we have to do that, I don't think there is a problem with that, because it then provides the basis for us to export our excess capacity to our neighboring countries. Mr. Speaker, the honourable member from the other side, Honourable Kobna Donko, also tried to downplay the effect of excess capacity on our economy and our finances generally. But, Mr. Speaker, the issue of our excess capacity is real. We have excess capacity. And when we talk of excess capacity, that is capacity that has been contracted, availability is declared, but it's not taken by the government. That is excess capacity. And I can mention several plants that have declared availability and yet government is not ready to take. That is excess capacity. For example, when cow power was not fully dispatched because we were using heavy fuel, there was excess capacity. Axan hasn't generated power for a long time, even though they declared availability. That is excess capacity. Now you're talking about send power. You're talking about Amandi, and now you're talking about early power. They all are available, but we cannot take because there is no demand for that. That is excess capacity. The problem we have with the excess capacity has to do with the payments, because we are paying for what we are not using. Because of the take or pay arrangements you signed in these power purchase agreements. Speaker, this budget is a very good budget for our country. It seeks to support the recovery of our economy from the growth of 0.9% last year as a result of COVID to 5% growth this year. Mr. Speaker, 0% growth was marginal. It wasn't good, but we all understand that this was resulting from the effects of COVID-19. And Ghana, the only country that recorded marginal growth. If you go to page 12 of the budget statement, paragraph 56, you will see the performance of ECOWAS countries last year as far as economic growth is concerned, apart from Ghana and 4 other countries that recorded positive, marginal positive growth. The rest of ECOWAS countries recorded negative growth rates. And so COVID really had effect on our economy. And this budget is the effort of the government to recover our economy from the 0.9% that we recorded to 5%. Mr. Speaker, I'm particularly interested in the performance of industry. Industry recorded negative 3.1%. That is not good if we have to grow our economy. But if industry is to survive and contribute to economic growth, industry requires cheaper power. This is why the levies, the energy sector recovery levy, the proposal to increase it, was not imposed on electricity tariffs, as that will constitute direct cost to manufacturing, which has a higher weight in the inflation index. Mr. Speaker, we have done that because we are overly sensitive. We are sensitive to the needs of industry. And one of the needs of industry is cheaper power. We have been very consistent in working to reduce the cost of energy to the manufacturing sector in particular. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the budget statement, we are renegotiating some of the PPAs with the independent power producers in order to reduce the capacity charge and thereby reduce the cost of energy and the effect it has on manufacturing. Mr. Speaker, you recall that in 2018, it was the MPP government that negotiated the price of domestic gas from $8.8 per million BTU to $6.08 per million BTU. Mr. Speaker, we cannot forget so soon that during the NDC time, the price of domestic gas, Ghana's domestic gas, indigenous gas, was more expensive than gas imported from Nigeria. It took the MPP government to reverse this. Our gas is now cheaper than imported gas from Nigeria, so that we can be able to inject positive growth into the economy through manufacturing or through industry generally. Mr. Speaker, because of the reduction in the price of domestic gas, PURC had to follow with reduction in the cost of energy by reducing electricity tariffs, 30% for industry, 25% for commercial consumers, and 17.5% for residential consumers. As a result of these interventions, Mr. Speaker, manufacturing grew from 4.1% in 2018 in 2019. And so when His Excellency the President says that we know how to bring back the economy, what we do not know is how to bring back life. He was right, because we have the policies that will incentivize the manufacturing sector and industrial growth and thereby support our economy to grow at 5% this year. Mr. Speaker, my colleagues on the other side have argued variously that the petroleum sector levies that we are introducing in the budget will overburden the people of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, the people of Ghana understand we have to do extra to recover from what we experienced last year. And they know our track record in reducing the burden of petroleum price effects on them. Mr. Speaker, it was the MPP government that abolished excise tax on petroleum products. It was the MPP government that reduced the special petroleum tax from 17.5% to 13%. We converted it from ad valorem tax to specific tax. We were the government that first applied the stabilization levy to stabilize prices. And because of all this intervention, cumulative net decrease in the prices of petroleum products was 9.53% for diesel and 7.41% for petrol. a reduction which is more than the expected 5.7% increase that we are going to see as a result of the levies. And so if you compare our interventions on a net basis, we are more sensitive to the plight of the people of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to note in the budget statement the progress we have made towards the establishment of the Petroleum Hub Development Corporation. The oil and gas industry is faced with unprecedented challenges. It is faced with environmental activism, competition from renewable energy, declining funding for fossil fuel projects, and just 2 days ago, VW announced that they will spend $55 billion to manufacture electric vehicles. This is going to cause a structural shift in the oil market globally, as demand for oil for transportation will decline. But progressive countries are positioning themselves because demand for oil for petrochemicals will increase. And this is the reason the government has embarked on the Petroleum Hub project, so that we can diversify the use of our crude oil from transportation fuel to petrochemicals, so we can produce fertilizer, we can produce paint, we can produce other chemicals that are required, especially by Africa and Asia, where the drive for industrialization is high. Mr. Speaker, this Petroleum Hub project is good for Ghana, and I want to appeal to honorable members to support this government to realize this, so we can create more jobs and diversify the use of our oil and gas resources. Mr. Speaker, led to the collapse of the oil and gas industry in many countries. In Ghana, we had our own fair share of the effects when projects that were lined up were suspended. Demand collapsed because many cities were locked down. And because of this, crude oil prices crashed. We experienced from oil. For example, in 2019, Ghana received almost $1 billion US from oil. Last year, because of COVID, we received $666 million. Mr. Speaker, we need to open up our oil industry so that we can generate more revenue. And so at the time many countries have shut down their oil and gas industry, Ghana is one of the first countries to open up. Because just last week, Tullow Oil Ghana announced a $370 million development drilling campaign starting next month to drill 4 wells so that we can recover more oil and restart the industry in Ghana. Mr. Speaker, this is a vote of confidence in the way President Akufo-Addo is managing Ghana's oil and gas resources. We have also made significant progress in the Voltaire Basin.
Honourable Member, you have 1 moment.
And by next year, 2022, as indicated in the budget, we should be drilling a well in the Voltaire Basin. And this will be historic, because that will be the first time Ghana will find oil on onshore country. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, this budget is progressive, is visionary, is forward-looking, and I urge all members to support this budget so that we can support the recovery of our economy from the difficult circumstances we found ourselves last year to a more progressive, productive economy in the years ahead. I thank you for the opportunity, Mr. Speaker.
That's a strong one. Edwin Neelant van der Poel.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker, for calling on me to contribute to the motion on the floor on the 2021 budget of the government. Right Honourable Speaker, I want to start with the fact that I look at the theme of the budget and I was asking myself whether it was a mistake or really they meant what they want to say. Revitalization through completion, consolidation and continuity. If you complete, How can you continue? But I'm not surprised. That's why they've written when you were here instead of Ababa said. I want to start, Right Honourable Speaker, with a very important department under the Ministry of Local Government and Rural Development. The Parks and Gardens Department, and also the birth and death. Right Honourable Speaker, strangely enough, from this budget I'm hearing for the first time, there was no death, there was no birth in the country. You are asking me how? That's why when you go into the budget, page 109, column 567. In 2021, the registry projects to issue 886,426 birth certificates and 323,545 death certificates to the public, representing 70%. How many people were registered in 2020? How many people died in 2020? In 2020, the budget asked us to approve money because they are even going to digitalize the registration of birth and death so that they can cover more people. We come 2021. In the past, hitherto, every budget has told us the number of people who were registered as death and also birth. For the first time in our history, in this house, and I don't speak, I've been in this house for quite some time, no number of death, no number of birth. Meaning, nobody died, nobody was born in this country. And then I asked the question, the money we gave for digitalization, expansion of the work of birth and death registry department, what did they achieve? That, as if it was not enough, I went to Parks and Gardens. And previously, Parks and Gardens were said to have maintained 1,600,000 meters of landscape sites in selected cities and towns within the country. In the 2019 budget, the department cultivated medicinal and aromatic plant species. And these plant species were given out to people and communities. Mr. Speaker, I want to ask, which communities and who are those people who were given aromatic plants to develop in this country? Strange enough, this year's budget made no reference to that activity last year. Please. And I'm being told this year they're reducing their work. In these times when I'm really concerned about our ecology, maintaining our towns, maintaining our landscaping areas and all those things, I'm rather being told that they will be covering 97,363 meters, and that will Jubilee House, the State House, and regional coordinating councils. I don't know whether the adjacent greens in front of near Nima police station is part of it. But the truth of the matter is that we have so many spaces in this country. Our medians are dying. We spend money to create medians in this country and allow people to turn it into food park. Because the Parks and Gardens Department, who is supposed to be liquidated enough to be able to maintain these places, are always left to fend for themselves. Right, Honourable Speaker, I think that this is a very important department if we care about the environment, if we care about beautifying our cities, our towns, should be encouraged and not allowed to die from the way the budget is doing to them. Right, Honorable Speaker, what is even worrying to me when I was talking about the issue of birth and death is the fact that Ghana is a signatory to the African Union Convention on Civil Registration and Vital Signs. And by the year 2025, we are supposed to be conformed with the standards set. But I was talking today, we don't even know what is happening in the department because the budget did not even tell us, contrary to what we've experienced since I entered this house in 2013. I want to ask, is it possible that these two departments, which to me are very good children of the Ministry of Local Government and Rural Development, will be seen as real children, biological children of the ministry and not orphans? The adequate budget provisions will be made for them so that they will be able to discharge their responsibilities effectively. But from the way it's going, continually, these departments are being left to die. I went back to 2016 budget and I saw that the Department of Parks and Gardens were able to maintain close to 1.6 meters of landscape areas within the towns and cities of this country. What we are seeing now is that over the years, their coverage is depleting. Today, horticulture has become an export-earning commodity of certain countries. If you go to East Africa, Kenya especially. So instead of encouraging our son or daughter, our child, the Parks and Garden, to do well so that they could even develop species and varieties that will be exportable to generate income, we are rather killing it. We are rather stifling them of resources and making them incapable of even competing. People, the private people within our society who are doing wreaths and flowers. Ghanaians have become a bit westernized. Some is sitting by me now, we want to give flower to the wife.
I do that always.
You do it always. Whether it's red rose or yellow rose or almond. If we could develop the parks and gardens very well, they will be able to stand on their feet and possibly be able to get their own resources. Because they will do beautiful flowers for Sami to give out. Ediba, where he comes from, he doesn't believe in those things. Right, Honorable Speaker, on a serious note, I passed through the parks and gardens, and I should ask myself, because we are not developing structures within the parks and gardens outfit. The land, we are rather cutting off some of the trees at the Department of Parks and Gardens and building. I know the Honorable Minister is responding to what I'm saying. I want him to get himself prepared and respond appropriately.
Yes, you should. Yeah.
Right, Honorable Speaker. In the last budget, we even talked about supporting them to be able to partner private enterprises to develop the brewery gardens. This budget, we cannot be told whether that initiative, that policy was carried out or not. I don't know. The senior deputy minister, who is the member of parliament for that area, can tell me whether that policy initiative was embarked upon or not. Right, Honorable Speaker, one other beautiful thing that was developed in this budget, I saw it and I laughed. But I was taken aback because I saw a video of my vice president asking Ghanaians to clap for him because his government has built toilets. I thought toilets was a job for DCs and assembly members. But the vice president acclaiming achievement of government toilets per year. One year say. So I decided to explore because the president also in the SONA mentioned a figure of toilets that have been constructed. 103,149. So I took my time to calculate toilets that have been built, built in the various budgets from 2019. Even those that were built by Gamma, those that were built by the Sustainable Rural Water Supply Project, those that were built into schools and for teachers, when I calculated, we came to the figure of 92,991. So I was asking, who misled the president? Who gave the president a figure of 103,149? The toilets have been built in the Gamma area. I'm a member of parliament in the Gamma area. I'm yet to really see that number of household toilets that have been built, that I'm being urged to clap and applaud. Please, my colleagues in the Greater Accra who fall within the Gamma area are here, they will testify. The number of toilets that have been built. And I was asking myself, possibly the president can give me a tour of those toilets that have been built. And I'll give him a tour of those places people are still doing open defecation in Accra. In fact, right opposite his residence, in the big drain, I will give him a tour, and you'll see the number of people squatting there and doing the thing. I'm very serious about this because, Right Honourable Speaker, the budget is supposed to give us our policy direction and how we'll be spending money to achieve the ultimate objective of our development. This issue of toilets have become very pronounced in the budget. And I said it's important that all of us ask the question, where are the toilets? Where are the toilets? I want to see them. Because day in and day out, as I drive through my constituency and other parts, my very good sister Zenato will tell you, it's a very good, wonderful experience in their constituency. All of us, the coastal constituencies, we experience it all the time. So if the toilets are being provided for our households, why are people still going out in the open? As a member of parliament, I've not been informed. I've not been given any information as to how many toilets are built in my constituency. How many households have benefited from that program, either under Gamma or at the Sustainable Rural Water Project. What was even alarming the fact that they are going to build 900 toilets in Ashanti, Western, Central, and Northern regions. Northern regions. Right now, we have how many regions do we have in the northern part of the country? So how many toilets are going to be built in order to sustain the fight against open defecation? It's serious. We are not being serious about this. And we say we want to achieve the sustainable goals. 900, I wish that this budget will reconsider its objective in achieving that. Wrapping up, Honourable Speaker, I also say one very sorrowful thing I saw in the budget.
I have 1 more minute.
You say?
1 more minute.
1 more minute. Okay. Liquor beans. Honourable Speaker, the government says they provided so much litter beans that page 147, column 806. Government launched a litter bin project, column 810. In 2021, government will distribute 3,000 litter bins. Right now, Speaker, I've driven through Accra. I can't see the litter bins which were provided previously. Either they be removed, or two, they are there full to the brim, nothing is being done about it. In one we've wasted money in planting litter beans. Today we cannot find them. Those we can find, they are full of refuse. Nothing is being done about it. And we say we want to take money to provide another 3,000. Please, I will beg that we look at this issue critically and see what to do about it. With these words, Right Honourable Speaker, I will say, budget name, it can out here. Thank you very much.
You were required to translate, but since you've already resumed your seat, I wonder what you said in Ghana. You are required to translate that to us.
Speaker, unfortunately, when my senior member and the standing minister was speaking the Ghana, he didn't translate that day.
Who was speaking Ghana?
Okay, he tried to speak Ghana that day. He said, I don't know how he said the one hour here. It is 1 year here. But in this particular instance, the last time ICQ said it, you went into position. You use it again. Prophetic. Yeah.
Honorable Esla, also a kufu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, just a small point before I begin my intervention, and I'm grateful for the opportunity to contribute to the debate on the budget so ably presented by our very own great leader. Mr. Speaker, the clearest example of how effective the Parks and Gardens Department is now is the state of the Jubilee House grounds today under Nana Addo Akufo-Addo as compared to the state of the Jubilee House grounds under former President John Dramani Mahama. The difference is clear. It is green, well-watered, well-manicured today, as against the brown, dried-out grass which we saw under the tenure of the previous government. Mr. Speaker, it is important to situate any discussion of this budget within the proper context. Our colleagues on the other side are accusing the government of blaming everything on COVID. And yes, if you look at paragraphs 7 and 8 of the budget, it is clear that we are not living in normal times. And paragraph 14 and 15 itemizes the deliberate actions that have been taken to cushion the entire nation against the ravaging effects of this pandemic, which is a scourge in the whole world. Mr. Speaker, paragraph 14 of the budget statement states clearly that there was a drastic slowdown in economic activity, which led to a huge drop in domestic revenues, combined with a sharp and unplanned hike in COVID-related expenditures, which have led to a sudden shortfall in government revenues amounting to 13.6 billion cedis, and an unexpected and unavoidable rise in expenditures of 11.7 billion cedis. Unplanned, unanticipated, and so we could not have made provision for it. And that's the situation that led to the current situation that we find ourselves in. In response to this unprecedented calamity which struck the global economy, including Ghana, government, through the Emergency Preparedness and Response Plan, as well as the Coronavirus Alleviation Program, undertook these far-reaching measures which enabled us to survive 2020 and to look forward to a year of revitalization and transformation in 2021. There were two parts to the Ghana Cares program. The stabilization portion of it led to interventions itemized in paragraph 15 and other parts of the budget, including employment of 24,285 health professionals between March and June, providing 3.6 million reusable face masks locally produced, 50,000 medical scraps, 90,000 hospital gowns and head covers to health facilities as of June, and many more since then. We fully covered the power consumption of over 1 million Lifeline customers and subsidized the consumption of all other customers by 50%. Rolled out 750 million CAPBAS program in May 2020 to directly support micro, small, and medium-sized businesses. I was somewhere in the northeast region, and they hailed this intervention by calling it Ayaluna. Ayaluna. Yes, they hailed this intervention, which supported livelihoods of micro, small, and medium-scale enterprises. It provided hot meals for 584,000 final year students, 146,000 staff of public and private schools from August to September, supplied 5.2 million reusable face masks, 64,700 Veronica buckets. Mr. Speaker, none of this expenditure was anticipated, and yet the caring government of Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo provided the resources to enable us to put in place these interventions, which helped us to survive. It is critical to situate any discussion of this budget within that context, so we don't make the mistake of thinking that COVID was nothing. It didn't have any impact on our lives, and that it is business as usual. It is not. Paragraph 16 of the budget also states clearly that with revenue slumping and COVID-related expenditures rising, the Akufo-Addo government was tested beyond measure, and it rose to this extraordinary challenge. And despite the squeeze, government succeeded in protecting virtually all jobs and incomes in the private sector. Not every country was as fortunate as we are in having a caring government put in place these proactive measures that ensured that public sector workers continued to receive their salaries in full and none were laid off. Many around the world were not so fortunate. And what we have witnessed since the COVID pandemic, to the admiration of the rest of the world, is a leadership of conviction that is responsible, creative, courageous, decisive, and caring. Thanks to the visionary leadership, His Excellency the President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. All these interventions came at a cost, and the MPP government found the money to sustain our economy when we were called to it, and demonstrated that the government is an Obatampa indeed. Now, how can these interventions be sustained going forward to ensure that our citizens continue to have that cushion of support from government? All of us have to contribute towards it. All of us have to share that burden, because a burden shared is a burden halved. And that is why the government has been compelled to announce the introduction of the taxes and levies, which we find in this new budget. The second phase of the Ghana Cares Obatampa project looks at revitalization and transformation of our economy. And the focus on digitization, amongst others, shows the far-sighted interventions that are designed to take us out of the woods. Just like the early COVID interventions put in place by the government were misunderstood, and a lot of civil society organizations and people like us castigated it, when we were called upon to pass the emergency measures here in this house, some even walked out, but subsequently came to see the wisdom in the measures that have been introduced. I have no doubt that the Ghana Cares of Atampa program, as outlined in the budget, would also, despite the initial apprehension, prove its worth in gold and let the whole world see that with vision and foresight and empathy and compassion and caring, we can design policies and programs designed to take the country out of the woods and revitalize our economy. Mr. Speaker, I'm gratified at the prioritization of digitization and the establishment of the digital economy, which is putting in place the structures to enable us more fully utilize technology to transform our economy. Under the first term of the Akufo-Addo government, we took steps to build the foundations for our digital transformation. Many didn't understand that a national ID, on which some made the unfortunate call of a boycott in registration, the digital property address system, which was maligned and vilified, the mobile money interoperability system, the paperless court, digitalization of records of the births and deaths registry, e-justice, e-registrar, e-procurement, the Ghana.gov payments platform, the mobile money interoperability and other digital financial services systems put in place, all have created the foundation for the takeoff of our digital economy. Going forward, we should expect many other more interventions building on this foundation to ensure that we generate, analyze our data patterns to enable us improve our internal revenue collection, generation and collection. We have linked databases to verify our personal information provided to various agencies and authenticate records. We will widen the tax net using technology, analyze our mobile money top-ups and usage patterns, and enable the GRA to more accurately determine our taxable revenue. And proper data analytics will yield a world of information to guide planning and promote a more secure digital ecosystem. Indeed, the Ghana Cares program will form the basis for stimulating the economy and provide a quantum leap into the invigorated Ghana under the sterling leadership of Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. COVID was and is a blight on the global economy, but it provides an opportunity for us to build back better and stronger. We cannot and will not waste the pandemic. We will connect all government offices, health institutions, educational the country to high-speed internet to facilitate the new world of virtual working. And Ghana will showcase what a digitized African economy can achieve. It is doable. And I'm counting on colleagues to support the government in this endeavor and approve this budget. It is digitime in Ghana, and we see an exciting future, harnessing the power of digital technology to leave no one behind. We must believe it, dream it, work at it, and live it, and it is doable. Yes, one year, 1 year. Other areas of intervention, Mr. Speaker, will be the establishment of a conducive framework for hosting more data centers for global giants in our country to drive down the cost of data and make Ghana the hub for business process outsourcing companies and technology hubs with the private sector. We will consolidate government fiber assets to maximize their full potential, drive and encourage rural telephony for a connected Ghana, and make Ghana a cyber...
Minister, hold on. Yes, honorable member for Ningo Pram.
Right, Honorable Speaker, Order 891. Except his speech, the minister appears to be reading her contribution to the debate.
He's entitled to consult her notes. Please go ahead.
Mr. Speaker, you all know that I like talking. If I don't follow my bullet points, I will end up wasting my 15 minutes on inconsequential.
You have 1 hour and 1 minute,
so,
20
Speaker,
seconds.
As I was saying before the interruption, we will drive rural telephony for a connected Ghana and make Ghana the cybersecurity center of our sub-region. I am entreating all colleagues here to trust Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, trust in his visionary leadership, trust that with his hands on the wheel, he is leading us to a destination which is already, they say that rains come with the wind and clouds. Even the small winds heralding the revolutionary steps being taken by this government to transform our government are already receiving plaudits and acclamation from around the world. Sometimes a prophet has no honor in his own home. But let us trust the visionary leadership of Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, who has steered us out of successfully so far and will take us to the land that he has promised in this budget through economic revitalization of our, through completion, consolidation, and continuity. 1 year, 1 year, indeed. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Bernard Ahiafo.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity to contribute to the motion on the floor that this Honorable House approves the budget statement and the economic policy of government for the year ending 31st December 2021. Mr. Speaker, let me comment by stating that Honorable Atachia, in debating the budget, quoted the case of Republic versus Shaki Chikata and further quoted the ingredients by the interpretation of the court for the offense of causing financial loss to the state. Mr. Speaker, this is a House of record. Let me place on record that that particular case and the ingredients quoted has no bearing before the House regarding the budget that is under consideration. Mr. Speaker, if somebody should be said to be causing financial loss to the state under the 2021 budget under consideration, it should be nobody but His Excellency President Nana Akufo-Addo, his ministers and appointees that can be responsible for causing financial loss to the state under the 2021 budget. Mr. Speaker, they also quoted the ASWA levy. Mr. Speaker, the ASWA levy is now a good tax. Mr. Speaker, it has been mortgaged and it is going to be increased by the very people who oppose the ASWA levy at its inception. Mr. Speaker, on this note, I cannot say better than congratulations to the previous government, congratulations to His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. Mr. Speaker, in fulfillment of the constitutional imperative under Article 179 and 180 of the 1992 Constitution, the current budget has been presented to Parliament and is being debated under the theme Economic Revitalization through Completion, Consolidation, and Continuity. Mr. Speaker, I have read the budget in its entirety, and I am of the concluded view
that the theme for the budget is not apt, is not appropriate, and is not timely. The appropriate and timely theme for this budget should have been consolidation and continuity of economic retrogression, deterioration, and collapse with debilitating effects on Ghanaians. Since Ghanaian economy is under disrepair under His Excellency President Nana Akufo-Addo. Mr. Speaker, on legal education, I am aware of the backlog of the students yearning to gain admission into Ghana School of Law. We were told in the budget that in 2020, 2,701 applicants wrote entrance examination, out of which 1,045 passed the examination and gained admission to law school. However, under a budget of consolidation, a budget of revitalization, a budget of continuity, the expected number of applicants is 2,200, out of which only 550 students are expected to be admitted into Ghana School of Law. Mr. Speaker, is this consolidation? Is this continuity? Is this revitalization or retrogression? Retrogression. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, the budget is also saying that out of the 550 students that will be admitted, whether they all pass and fulfill all the conditions to be called to the bar or not, it is only 450 that will be called to the bar.
Predetermined pass.
Mr. Speaker, it means that in this budget, the number of students who will be failed are already predetermined. Mr. Speaker, this can be nothing but a travesty of justice. Mr. Speaker, we know that the wheel of justice grinds slowly and the law travels at a snail's pace. However, justice delayed is justice denied. And justice must not only be done, but it must manifestedly and undoubtedly be seen to be done. The Attorney General's Department is telling us that in the year 2020, they have received 3,862 criminal cases, out of which they have initiated prosecution for 2,837 cases. However, in this same budget, Judicial Service of Ghana is telling us that the number of criminal cases filed in the year 2020 is a whooping 14,242. Mr. Speaker, the rest of the cases filed in courts, who is prosecuting them? Mr. Speaker, Article 88(4) of the 1992 Constitution is very clear that all criminal cases prosecuted in the name of the Republic should be at the instance of the Attorney General or on the authority of the Attorney General. If the Attorney General is telling us the number of criminal cases that they have received in the year 2020 is 3,862, how come over 14,000 cases, criminal cases, were filed at the Judicial Service being reported? Mr. Speaker, who actually is being economical with the truth? Is it the budget of His Excellency President Nana Akufo-Addo, the Attorney General's Department, or the Judicial Service of Ghana? Mr. Speaker, what is interesting is that mysteriously, the Judicial Service is also telling us in the same budget that the number of criminal cases concluded is 14,249. More than the number of cases that has been filed at the Judicial Service. Mr. Speaker, is it the case that the Judicial Service is concluding so we are not filed before them? Or how come they've been able to conclude cases more than what is filed? Mr. Speaker, honesty is the best policy, and it is the truth that will make all of us free. Honesty is the best policy, and it is the truth that will make all of us free. Mr. Speaker, it is not possible for the Attorney General that is responsible for conducting all criminal offenses in this country in 2020 to receive only 3,862 cases, and for the same year, the number of cases filed before the Judicial Service will be over 14,000. Clearly, somebody is being economical with the truth. Mr. Speaker, this House enacted the Office of the Special Prosecutors Act. Consequently, Martin Amidu was appointed as the Special. Mr. Speaker, in the year 2020, over 36 million has been approved by this House on compensation of employees for the Office of the Special Prosecutor. It was proposed in the 2020 budget that 251 personnel will be employed for the Office of the Special Prosecutor. Mr. Speaker, we are in the year 2021, and the 2021 budget is telling us that the staff strength of the Office of the Special Prosecutor is only 2 personnel. Mr. Speaker, I must submit that we want the Special Prosecutor to appear as if they are prosecuting and fighting corruption, but in reality, they are not supposed to fight corruption. Mr. Speaker, I say so because this House cannot approve money, yet for a period of 12 months, they will be reporting to us that the Office of Special Prosecutor is unable to perform because they don't have personnel to investigate cases for them, and that the staff strength of the Office of the Special Prosecutor is only 2 personnel. I have a report, the estimate of the Office of the Special Prosecutor, telling us that ever since the office has been established and with releases for goods and services and the capers, they have been limited and inhibited owing to the fact that they do not have even members of the entity tender committee to be able to procure their goods and services and their capers so as to perform in combating corruption-related offenses. Mr. Speaker, I am tempted to believe the statement made by Yao Domelebu that when you are fighting corruption, the corrupt officers will in turn be fighting you back. I say so because it is unthinkable that this House will establish the Office of the Special Prosecutors Act, consequent upon which the Office of Special Prosecutor will be appointed, monies will be approved, yet they do not have personnel to investigate cases, crime on corruption, and prosecute corruption and corruption-related offenses. Clearly, the office is just to exist and appear to be checking corruption, but in reality, not to check corruption under President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. Mr. Speaker, the budget has made that a lot of bills will be drafted. Mr. Speaker, clearly, it is for no reason that Section 100 of Public Financial Management Act is telling us that any time at all a bill is being introduced into this House, it must be accompanied by the fiscal impact analysis. The law is like that because the law, after being made, the bill after being passed into law, is supposed to be implemented. Therefore, there is a need at the point of passing the law to know its fiscal impact analysis on the economy. The financial implication of that particular bill must be known. Now, we live in a house where, to this particular house, it will be passed without any fiscal impact analysis, and after the passage of the law, there will be a huge lot of implementation challenges, just like what is happening to the Office of the Special Prosecutors Act. Implementation becomes a challenge. It is not a matter of making so many laws, but it's a matter of implementation of the laws to achieve the intended purpose and the intended results. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, with the inconsistencies and the misinformation stated in the budget, and Mr. Speaker, with the debt stock under President Akufo-Addo being taken to 291 billion, is not taken, the generation of Ghana will be born into debt. As a result, Mr. Speaker, I am unable to associate myself with this particular budget if corrections are not done. Mr. Speaker, I am done.
Honorable Sriabnadapa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to contribute to the motion on the floor of the House that this Honorable House approves the budget statement and economic policy of the government for the year ending 31st December 2021. Mr. Speaker, I wish to commend the forward-looking government for producing this budget statement and economic policy under the theme Economic Revitalization through Completion, Consolidation and Continuity. Mr. Speaker, I wish to place on record that Ghana is the only country that its leader, who has so much empathy for the good people of Ghana, introduced the free water policy, which, Mr. Speaker, a whopping close to 1 billion was spent on it from March, April, December. And this free water is continuing because of the prudent management of the COVID situation. Mr. Speaker, we all hope that by the grace of God, by June
Honorable Minister,
most Ghanaians.
Hold on. Switch off your mic, please. Yes, Honorable Bob.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. My understanding was that this budget was the budget of the President that he presented to Parliament. So for the Honorable Minister to indicate that he was congratulating us for producing this budget as part of his... I'm being confused. I thought we were rather considering what the President had presented to us. I don't know of Parliament producing a budget.
As MPs,
MPs, we don't produce budgets.
Honorable, you're out of order. Please continue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to also stress that the provision of water gives the opportunity to most of us to practice personal hygiene on ourselves and on our families, as well as within the community. This has deepened our hygienic practices to such an extent that we still continue to enjoy the absence of cholera and dysentery outbreak. Mr. President, Mr. Speaker, I also want to state that that within the past year, the government has put into the pipeline projects, water projects, and I'll name them with your kind indulgence, Mr. Speaker. The water project for Wenchi, Tamale, Yendi, Damongo, Upper East, Sekendi Takrade, Keta, and many other places. And Mr. Speaker, to continue to put money where our mouth is, by the end of all these projects, we will have close to 5 million Ghanaians enjoying the provision of clean water. Mr. Speaker, we all know the importance of water in our lives. Without water, we all won't be alive. Mr. Speaker, I also want to stress that the water bodies that God has given to us need our protection. Fortunately for us in this room, and Mr. Speaker, I must say that it's always a pleasure to stand in this august house to make contributions, because the august members gathered here represent all of Ghana for us. I will entreat all of us to make sure that we are all protectors of our God-given water bodies and rivers and lakes, especially our wetlands also. Mr. Speaker, I am here to also commend this government for introducing the sanitation and pollution levy. I will entreat the House to make sure this, because, Mr. Speaker, I was called here together with the local government minister to come and give an account of what the sanitation situation is in Ghana. And I remember honorable members urging government to make sure funds are provided to prosecute the agenda of sanitation. And today, to the glory of God, this government, forward-looking government, has put in the budget a levy to take care of sanitation issues, as well as to combat air pollution in the country. We are also going to support the fumigation of public spaces, schools, health centers, and markets. And Mr. Speaker, this has duly contributed to making sure that we eliminate COVID from our midst. Mr. Speaker, this levy will also take care of the management of landfill facilities. It will also help construct more sustainable state-of-the-art waste treatment plants. Mr. Speaker, for the long term, I'm looking at a picture where Ghana will be the first country in the ECOWAS region to have a waste-to-energy plant. Mr. Speaker, to give some figures, we know that Accra alone produces about 5,000 tons of waste a day. Kumasi produces 4,000 tons a day. And for the whole year in the country, we produce 7.5 million tons of waste. What are we waste, Mr. Speaker? That is why it is so prudent and gratifying to see that the government has proposed this levy of 10 pesos at the pump. Mr. Speaker, I will entreat all of us to approve this year's budget to make us continue with the good policies for the development of our nation. Most importantly, Mr. Speaker, this levy will also help us continue the construction of toilets in our homes. Mr. Speaker, here we are talking about vulnerable groups. I know of MPs who helped their constituents to have household toilets. And Mr. Speaker, sanitation gives all of us dignity. This is what we are talking about. If I had my way and the funds, Ghana should build 1 million toilets in homes so that we eliminate open defecation once and for all. I have a problem with the fixation of people being worried about the building of toilets. We need toilets in our homes. We need to provide toilets for the vulnerable groups. We need to make sure that at the end of the day, these evacuations are done properly in a hygienic manner to be treated for other uses. Mr. Speaker, we will continue with the bin projects that we introduced last year, that we are producing 20,000 bins across the length and breadth of this country. We have done 8,100 in our big towns. Please shine your eyes, Mr. Speaker, and see where they are. Because at the end of the day, we know that Ghanaians appreciate dignity. Ghanaians are civilized, and Ghanaians need the best from us. That is why the government is supporting the ministry to provide the bins, and we are going to continue with its provision. Because we do not support the littering of our environment.
Honourable Minister,
it is not good.
Please go off your mic. Kindly go off your mic so you save time. Yes, Honourable Echompo.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. I've listened to the Honourable Minister very carefully, and she is calling on us to support the introduction of 10 peso tax. So we are ready to support her. But, Mr. Speaker, to whom much is given, much is expected. They promised giving the NIMA people WCs. Are you accounting to us what you have already done to us?
You are out of order and stop shouting. Honourable Minister, please continue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, I'll urge this August House to support the sanitation and pollution levy so that we can do a lot in the area of sanitation. This is taking the bull by the horns, and I can assure the August House that when this is approved, this will be put to good use because we are a government of accountability. Mr. Speaker, I believe that all that we are doing in this sector is to make sure that we eliminate opportunistic diseases and infections amongst our community. Another beautiful thing that the levy will support, Mr. Speaker, is the removal of the heaps of waste in our towns and villages. It has started. So we'll continue with funds that we will get from this levy to make sure that we eliminate all those heaps in our villages and our towns to make the atmosphere and the environment very good for habitation. Mr. Speaker, I believe that all of us in this room want a good environment to live in. So I think the rest of the population also does. So it is our duty to make sure that we deliver on these promises in here to make sure our public places are good and fit for purpose. Our lorry parks are good and fit for purpose. Our markets are fit and good for purpose. With these few words, Mr. Speaker, I want to end and conclude by saying that we will continue to consolidate and to continue with the good development that we are giving this nation. We all know he who gives water gives life, and he who gives sanitation gives dignity. We thank His Excellency for giving us life and dignity. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Mentakanda.
I'm grateful, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the motion. Honorable House approves the budget statement and economic policy of the government for the year ending 31st December 2021. Mr. Speaker, I would like to start my submission with a constitutional provision that, Mr. Speaker, gives every Ghanaian the right to enjoy good health care. Mr. Speaker, with your permission, may I refer you to Article 34(2) of the 1992 Constitution of the Republic of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, with your permission, I read. The President's Parliament, at least once a year, all the steps taken to ensure the realization of the policy objectives contained in this chapter, and in particular the realization of basic human rights, a healthy economy, the right to work, the right to good health care, and the right to education. Mr. Speaker, the emphasis is on the right to good health care. Mr. Speaker, again, it is not for nothing that the Abuja Declaration requires the Republic of Ghana to invest not less than 15% of our annual budget in the health sector, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, with your permission, and I quote, Mr. Speaker, paragraph 26 of the Abuja Declaration. It says that we commit ourselves to take all necessary measures to ensure that the needed resources are made available from all sources and that they are efficiently and effectively utilized
In addition, we pledge to set a target of allocating at least 15% of our annual budget to the improvement of the health sector on food. Mr. Speaker, if there is any period in the history of Ghana that we must even go beyond this 15% of our annual budget, Mr. Speaker, the period is now. Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, if you look at the 2021 budget, we are struggling to even do 8% of the annual budget into the health sector in the era of COVID pandemic. Mr. Speaker, after this government has started Agenda 111, Mr. Speaker, I was expecting that Agenda will clearly reflect in this budget. Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, it has no commitment in this particular budget to that effect. Mr. Speaker, with permission, if I may refer you to pages 222 and then 223 of the 2021 budget. Mr. Speaker, you realize that the CAPEX that has been allocated to the Ministry of Health, Mr. Speaker, if you put everything together, we are doing around 1 billion Ghana cedis, Mr. Speaker, which is less than 149 million euros. Mr. Speaker, we are talking about the construction of about 111 district and regional hospitals. And Mr. Speaker, and the allocation is around 1 billion Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, the last time, and Mr. Speaker, before even I go there, Mr. Speaker, the CAPEX from GOG is about 13 million. Mr. Speaker, the CAPEX from donor partners is around 721 million. Mr. Speaker, CAPEX BFA is around 22 million. Mr. Speaker, Mr. President is all over, touting Ghana beyond aid. Mr. Speaker, our health sector is heavily financed by donor partners, and we are here singing Ghana beyond aid. Mr. Speaker, the last time we approved a district hospital, WHO standard, in this house, Mr. Speaker, it was around 34 million euros. And a typical example is the Shamawa. So if you have a CAPEX of around 149 million euros, Mr. Speaker, are we going to see the WHO standard of hospital, or they are going to build us weighing centers? Mr. Speaker, if indeed they are going to build hospitals, it must reflect in this budget. Again, Mr. Speaker, this government has the penchant of giving sugar-coated promises and delivering very little, if any at all. Mr. Speaker, you remember in page 34, paragraph G of the 2016 manifesto of the NPP, Mr. Speaker, they promised constructing a district hospital in every district where there is none, and then upgrade district hospital where they exist. Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, for the past 4 years, the Gaboso district hospital has not been upgraded. Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, there hasn't been any new construction of any district hospital in my constituency or in my district. Mr. Speaker, again, in the year 2020, Mr. President promised the good people of about 88 hospitals. Mr. Speaker, to quote the Minister for Health, he says it's a vision. And the Speaker, it still remains a vision and hasn't seen the light of day. Mr. Speaker, now, what the habit this government has developed is that anytime they read budget, they just list projects in the budget without any steps to actualize those projects. Mr. Speaker, may I refer you to the 2020 budget. The 2020 budget, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, may I refer you at page 185. Page 185, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, paragraph 1032, paragraph 1033, paragraph 1034, there were projects that were stated in this budget 2020 that some were going to be commenced, some were going to be completed, and others were going to be continued. Mr. Speaker, and absolutely nothing has been done about those projects. Mr. Speaker, I'll give you examples. Mr. Speaker, they said they were going to complete regional hospital in Kumasi and 4 numbered district hospitals with staff housing at Konongo. Mr. Speaker, again, they said they were going to complete Upper East Regional Hospital. Mr. Speaker, it has not been done. Mr. Speaker, they said they were going to complete Greater Accra Regional Hospital. Mr. Speaker, after His Excellency John Dramani Mahama has brought Rich Hospital up to this standard, the very little that he must add, Mr. Speaker, the whole 2020, they didn't add even a block to that particular structure. Mr. Speaker, they also said they were going to commence maternity block and children block at Konfano Teaching Hospital. The Speaker, they also spoke about the construction of maternity block at Kolebu Teaching Hospital. They spoke about the reconstruction of Tema General Hospital. They spoke about the reconstruction of the Central Medical Store. They spoke about the General Polyclinic, and then even take it to about 30% completion. Mr. Speaker, all these projects I have mentioned, Mr. Speaker, absolutely nothing has happened to these projects. So they just merely list the project without taking steps to complete those projects. Mr. Speaker, and there are 1,001 projects that the former regime started, and as I speak to you now, Mr. Speaker, they haven't completed those projects. Mr. Speaker, with these evidences I have adduced, Mr. Speaker, you will trust that this government can deliver the Agenda 111 at your own peril, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, again, if you look at paragraph 993, it talks about the performance of the National Health Insurance Scheme. Mr. Speaker, at paragraph 993, Mr. Speaker, we all know that there is a direct correlation between the National Health Insurance and the attainment of the universal health. Mr. Speaker, as I speak now, the National Health Insurance Scheme is still struggling under 50% coverage. Mr. Speaker, if we are going to go at this pace, it will be extremely difficult for us to achieve the universal health coverage on time. Mr. Speaker, again, we all know that the major challenge in the National Health Insurance Scheme has always been funding. But, Mr. Speaker, I want every member of Parliament to listen and listen well. Mr. Speaker, even the little revenue we generate as a result of the National Health Insurance Levy, Mr. Speaker, number one, this government has brought a policy to cap it. Mr. Speaker, deliberately refusing to invest more than the 15%, the money that is being generated in the health sector too, the government is capping it. The Speaker, it is also almost all the time unduly delayed. The Speaker, this gives rise to what we call co-payment. That subscribers of National Health Insurance Scheme will go to hospitals and they will have to take money from their own pocket to also pay. Mr. Speaker, I think that repeatedly on this floor, we have admonished Mr. President to completely stop capping the health sector of this country. Mr. Speaker, again, if you go to paragraph 255 of this budget, the 2021 budget, the Speaker, it talks about COVID health levy. Mr. Speaker, every country that was affected by COVID-19, the leaders are thinking outside the box. They are tasking to come out with relief and stimulus packages. Mr. Speaker, unfortunately in Ghana, Mr. Speaker, we are thinking about imposing obnoxious, vexatious, and insensitive taxes. Mr. Speaker, I wish to state that, Mr. Speaker, this COVID levy will further deepen the hardship of good people of this country, and therefore, Mr. Speaker, together as members of Parliament, we must reject this levy in its entirety. Mr. Speaker, if you read paragraph 350, it talks about the communication strategy that was put in place to mitigate the impact of COVID-19. Mr. Speaker, I completely disagree with this rendition, Mr. Speaker, because if there is any aspect of COVID-19 that was poorly managed, Mr. Speaker, it is about the communication aspect. Mr. Speaker, as I speak to you now, there's an ongoing immunization exercise, a vaccination exercise. Mr. Speaker, you will agree with me that the education and sensitization of our people is on the low side. And government is here talking about any rigorous attempt to educate the people. Mr. Speaker, again, whenever I mention the word frontier healthcare, Mr. Speaker, it saddens my heart. Mr. Speaker, if you read paragraph 747 of the 2021 budget, it talks about how government was supporting other institutions to fight COVID-19. Mr. Speaker, what prevented Ghana, what prevented government from supporting institutions like Noguchi, the Speaker, to do the testing at Kotoka International Airport? The Speaker, we sat down and we gave this venture or this contract to a private company, the only contract that could have helped institutions at Noguchi to rake in revenue to build more capacities. We gave it to a private company. Mr. Speaker, I do know that it was a strategy to create, loot, and share. Mr. Speaker, I do not want to believe that was the situation. Mr. Speaker, again, if you look at paragraph 980 of this particular budget, 2021 budget, Mr. Speaker, you realize that it talks about the recruitment into the health sector. Again, Mr. Speaker, yes, recruitment is a problem, but Mr. Speaker, the problem has more to do with the distribution of the limited number of health care workers already in the system. Mr. Speaker, there must be equitable distribution of the in this country. If you have more than 80% of your healthcare workers all in the cities, Mr. Speaker, it means that I shudder to understand how we'll be able to take care of our rural areas. Mr. Speaker, we were even lucky that the epicenters of COVID-19 were in the cities, and you and I will agree that we have a seemingly strong health sector in the cities than even the rural community. Mr. Speaker, I think that if there is any time to concentrate on the health sector, Mr. Speaker, if there's any time to invest more in the health sector, like His Excellency John Dramani Mahama did, that we'll be seeing hospitals like the University of Ghana Medical Center, we'll be seeing the Maritime Hospital, we'll be seeing the Bank of Ghana Hospital, we'll be seeing the Dodoa Hospital. Mr. Speaker, it should be now. Mr. Speaker, looking at the budget and reading through, Mr. Speaker, with the greatest deal of respect, if I support this budget, I'll be contributing to imposing more hassle on Mr. Speaker. I thank you for the opportunity.
Honorable Samuel Abujinapo. Very well. I'd rather call Honorable Ambrose Derry instead.
No, Mr. Speaker, thank you for giving the opportunity to contribute to this debate in support of motion number 5, that this Honorable House approves the budget statement and financial policy of the government for the year ending 31st December 2021. Mr. Speaker, I am going to be making contribution specifically in respect of the Ministry of Interior in particular and the security agencies in general. And I want to put that in context. Mr. Speaker, the goal of His Excellency the President, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, is to make sure that each and every person in Ghana feels secure. And to debate this matter, I have to put it in context. First of all, Sustainable Development Goals, Agenda 2030, Goal 16, is applicable here, where it talks about building strong institutions to ensure justice, peace, and security. So this goal of the President is well situated in this Sustainable Development Goals agenda. Furthermore, the AU Agenda 2063 has two aspects that I want to refer to, the aspirations and the goals. First, for the aspirations, I want to, 7 of them, 3 reads, and Africa, good governance, democracy, respect for human rights, justice, and the rule of law, and 4, a peaceful and a secure Africa. Mr. Speaker, for the goals, the applicable goals are 2. First, Goal 13, which says peace, security, and stability are preserved, and Goal 16, a fully functional and operational Africa peace and security architecture. These are the policies within which our policy is situated. But before I go to the situation on the ground, let me allude to the AU's attempt to concretize this agenda. And so in July of 2019, it brought about the theme, which I want to quote, silencing the guns, creating conducive conditions for Africa's development. So the year 2020 was in fact fixed as a year in which this was going to be achieved. As we know, it has not been achieved. Mr. Speaker, as I speak to you, 85% of Burkina Faso is under terrorist control, and the Gulf of Guinea is the most dangerous maritime area in the world. So, Mr. Speaker, it therefore means that in discussing our security, we need to be situated. And so, at page 191 of the budget, it first alludes to the guns, to the arms that we've lost control of since the fall of the Libyan state and the proliferation of guns in the whole Africa. So at paragraph 1095, it states clearly, and 1096, that the Commission of Small Arms and Light Weapons is working towards getting a database that will enhance our capacity to control the arms. And so, Mr. Speaker, the Small Arms Commission has already marked guns in several of the regions in respect of police and the army, and we are now working towards a database that will give us greater control, an electronic small arms database management system. Mr. Speaker, we have to say that over the years, this Parliament has supported efforts to fortify our security. But the fact remains that the budgets that are brought to Parliament adequately cater for the security. Mr. Speaker, we need to call for innovative funding approaches, innovative funding sources, so that the commitment of this House to make Ghana a safe haven, in Africa would not just be lip service, because already our colleagues on the other side are complaining about figures and debts. What will it profit us to reduce our debts only to be killed because we are not sufficiently protected? What remains that the budget cannot do it. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm inviting this House to talk about innovative ways of funding. We go for bonds to finance several aspects. Is it beyond that, us to do that? Mr. Speaker, the threat, especially coming from Burkina Faso, requires the involvement of Parliament in certain areas, especially the intelligence area. And although we have an effective Defense and Interior subcommittee of this House, it behoves on us to see how we can deal with the intelligence aspect. Because the intelligence helps us to be proactive. But how are we going to be proactive if we don't have the information? So, Mr. Speaker, those are the two proposals I have here. Mr. Speaker, next, the budget provides for early warning systems for certain emergencies. In 1939, we had the worst, almost catastrophic air trauma or airquake. And the further we go away from it, the danger is real. Mr. Speaker, the President has given meaning to it by setting up a presidential commission chaired by one of the distinguished ladies of this country, the President of the Ghana Institution of Engineers, Mrs. Carlin Bo-Chendik, and have come out with a report which is a framework focusing Ghana's earthquake preparedness and response. Mr. Speaker, this report has been presented. And Mr. Speaker, I'm giving notice that Parliament would be involved, especially through the subcommittee, at the next stakeholders meeting to make real this. And Mr. Speaker, the important thing is that we have sufficiently qualified Ghanaians who can support our efforts when we make it. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to draw the attention of this House that this is not a hollow budget. We are working constructively towards getting the National Contingency Plan on earthquake duly established. Mr. Speaker, for want of time, let me go to the next that I want to deal with, which has to do with the narcotics law that have been passed by this House. It was passed on the 20th March 2020 and assented to by the President on 11th May 2020. Mr. Speaker, this law does have a more positive approach to the drug menace. It is dealing with it as a health challenge, and therefore, within that law, we have created a fund which is supposed to be a substance use disorder rehabilitation fund in section 22 thereof. And Mr. Speaker, it also provides at section 24 that the funding will be provided, one, monies approved by Parliament. Mr. Speaker, we need to have money to finance this effort. Otherwise, it's going to be empty. We are going to have our citizens, especially our children, suffer from the drug disorder and will not have the funding to rehabilitate them. Mr. Speaker, so sometimes when we're talking of taxes, we should try to put it. Mr. Speaker, but there is an aspect of it which we have set a committee up to work on the LI, and the committee will be bringing up a draft, and the draft will be discussed, and Parliament certainly is one of the stakeholders where it is been decided by the law, stated by the law, that 1.3% of THC content of dry weight, that level is reasonable that we can use for industrial purpose. And those ones. Now the LI has to come for us to deal with it. Mr. Speaker, we'll be coming to this House to make sure that we involve the House in that discussion. But I have to emphasize one point. The law does not legalize recreational use of cannabis. The law still is against recreational use of cannabis. And Mr. Speaker, I would count on members of this House to help us in educating the public generally on that. Mr. Speaker, the President has provided unprecedented support to the security agencies, the Army, the police, immigration, fire service, prisons. But still, the support is not enough. And that is why during the vetting, there were several issues that were raised rightly about prison service conditions, prison service space, what we need to do to make it more correctional than it is now. We also got fire service. The capacity of fire service needs to be built out. And furthermore, the intelligence agencies, all these are going to come in for something. The Gaming Commission, there is a proposal in the budget to try to tax the sports betting agencies. We should distinguish between the policy of not allowing our kids or children to get involved in gaming to people who are soccer fans who want to pay money for their pleasure or their satisfaction. We should be able to raise some funds from there. Mr. Speaker, this House must see security issues as a collective responsibility. Mr. Speaker, I appeal to both sides of the House that this is an aspect of our survival and existence that we cannot have them and us. Because if, I don't say when, the extremists get in this country and they fire a bullet, the bullet is going to kill all of us. Mr. Speaker, I would therefore appeal to the other side. When you get up and say, we are not going to support this, therefore we are not going to support the protection of this country. You are going to reject the budget so that we are overrun by terrorists, so that the future of our children will be thrown up in flames because we want to score political points. I'm inviting you. I know that will work on the various pressures. But this is an area that we should work on. Now, for the drug matters, we are not only encouraging its use industrially, but there's also the aspect of use by schools. Again, the President established another committee headed by a distinguished Ghanaian, chaired by Mr. Bright, Kweku Apia, Executive Director of Child Rights International, and they have also come out with a report, which is a report of the Consultative Committee to combat the drug menace in schools. Mr. Speaker, doing this,
Honorable
will also be
Minister, you
expecting
have
support
1 more minute.
of Parliament to help us make good this, so that together Ghana will be the safer place. But we cannot do so if this budget is not approved. And I'm appealing to you to approve it. Approve it so that Ghana might survive. Approve it so that we will continue and move forward. This is when we need to show that Ghana first before our partisan considerations. And I know we'll rise above the occasion. Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I thank you.
Honorable Edward Abambere Bawa.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to contribute to the debate on the motion that was moved by the Minister of State responsible for finance and seconded by the Honorable Member for Ofuasi Yedi, Mr. Kojo Oponkroma. And in doing that, my first comment I will want to pass is just on a comment that was made by the immediate speaker, that's the Minister for Interior, when he indicates that security matters is a matter of collective interest and that we should take it collectively. I agree with him. But it's also important to also socialize the security men to also know that when they are even shooting, they shouldn't just target a group of people and just be shooting. Since it's a collective, interest. Mr. Speaker, the next point I want to talk about has to do with when Honorable Oslo Wusu, in reacting to Neil Antivantapoi's call for the state to help the Parks and Gardens, the Department of Parks and Gardens, she indicated that the manifestation of the works of Parks and Gardens was the greenery that you see at the Jubilee House when you are passing. But I was confused. On the 25th of February, Ghana Web filed a story where Ghanaians were incensed by just, the heap of rubbish in front of the seat of government. I am not too sure whether, to a very large extent, Department of Parks and Gardens are really making an effort to make the place look green, but the inhabitants of that particular edifice are deliberately making sure that there's rubbish in that place. It is something that we start questioning. If really a state institution is trying to beautify our seat of government and the inhabitants are trying to make sure that the place looks terrible. But now to the substantive issue, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if you listen to the immediate past Deputy Minister for Petroleum and then the Minister for Water, Sanitation, and then the beautification, I'm not too sure about what the title is these days. Water Resources. They seem to justify why we should increase our export price by levying 10 pesos per liter on diesel and petrol for the sanitation pollution levy, and then 20 cedis for the energy sector recovery levy. I have 20 pesos. If you add that, that's going to be 30. Mr. Speaker, as we speak today, since 2016, when the price of fuel was, in terms of liters, was 2 cedis 70 pesos per liter.
There's been 100%.
Today, just before even these taxes, it's 5 cedis 40 pesos. 100% increase in export prices in terms of the taxes. Meanwhile, you have government functionaries justifying why we should add more, particularly when we do know that even the taxes that we are supposed to collect, state functionaries, the national security, officials of the presidency, and indeed officials of Ghana Revenue Authority are conspiring with cartels to make the country lose not less than 1.9 billion. Then you come back again and talk to Ghanaians and ask them that you will want to justify why you should add 30 pesos per liter of petrol and that of diesel. But Mr. Speaker,
They're on their feet. Oh.
Yes, Honorable Leader. Kindly hold on. Yes, Leader.
Speaker, I was enjoying my good friend's debate until he veered into wild allegations. I heard him clearly when he said state agencies, and then he included the presidency and made allegation agencies and the presidency are conspiring to make the country lose huge revenue. And he knows in this house you cannot just make sweeping comments and go scot-free. What is the basis for that allegation? He must as well back the allegation with evidence. And Speaker, I'm inviting you to compel him to provide evidence to back the allegation he is making. If he has no such allegation,
what specific allegation has he made?
Speaker, the allegation he made, the Honorable Edward Bauer made, was that the office of the president and other state agencies and even the GRA have conspired to make the nation lose huge revenue. I heard him loud and clear. So If you have evidence, provide it. If you have no such evidence, stay clear and let's listen to you as you make your cogent argument.
Honorable Bawa, do you have any evidence on conspiracy for the state to lose money?
Yes, please, Mr. Speaker. And it is important.
Very good. Let's hear you.
Let me refer. The document is on the line, Mr. Speaker. I will table it after that. The document is.
I'm listening to you, please.
Mr. Speaker, and I am struggling because of my time. That's one. But let me talk with you on that. On Monday, last week Monday, the Chamber of Bulk Oil Distributors launched. On Monday, the Chamber of Bulk Oil Distributors launched a report known as the Ghana Petroleum Report for 2019. In that report, they indicated that Ghana was losing 1.9 billion in terms of tax evasion as a result of the operations of certain individuals. And they had stated that officials of GRA, the National Security, and officials from the presidency, and indeed it was on the basis of that that one of our resource persons cited at our training ground that Ghana was actually losing that as a result of the operations of state officials. So this is something that is online.
The evidence of conspiracy is important, but can they put the report here, table the report, so that it is in record?
Mr. Speaker, so definitely we'll print it and make it available to the...
No, we can move on. If you bring that, otherwise you withdraw that. The conspiracy is a serious matter, right? Honorable Leader, yes.
Mr. Speaker, just that I respect your ruling that the Honorable Bawa makes available that report. But without that report, he should not proceed further on that particular matter. So it's noted. So whoever in the course of any debate in this House makes reference to any such matter, we expect that will be guided by this precedent. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable.
Speaker, I think my respected minority leader, I corroborate what he said, and I think that should be the guiding principle. But the point has to be made, and all of us need to recognize that. In the honorable member's statement, he included the presidency and then national security. So these are critical institutions of state, and we shouldn't be toying with that. But I'm particularly excited that the minority leader has called that he stays clear. He stays clear of those war allegations until he has better particulars. So stay clear and then continue as we follow with you.
Honorable members, my ruling was that if the report is available, put it on the table it. If it is not, you will withdraw it. I want to see where the report talked about conspiracy. Because conspiracy is a crime. If you're making an allegation of conspiracy against anybody, there must be evidence that indeed that has been so. That's why otherwise you withdraw that and proceed.
Mr. Speaker, I will follow your instructions and withdraw, not because of the fact that it is not true, but because I do not have the report now to table it on the... so basically that's the basis. Mr. Speaker.
My position is not about that officials of state have committed, it's just the conspiracy, right? It is entirely possible that officers of state may have done this or that, right? But if you say conspire, then you are alleging that they start to plan to do or acted together to do something. So if the report states so, I would like to say so. Right.
Mr. Speaker, basically, as I said earlier on, I stand by what I said, but just because of the fact that I do not have the report here, if you ask that, I withdraw that, I will let it pass. But I still stand by what I said because I believe it because it was made. Mr. Speaker,
thought you withdrew it.
The basis.
I thought you withdrew it. If you withdraw, then you can't stand by it.
Okay, so I'll tender it later and then make the same point another time. Yes. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. But, Mr. Speaker, the reason why they are introducing particularly the energy sector recovery levy is because of the fact that they say we, as a country, have excess capacity, and on an annual basis, we are charged for power that we do not use. Indeed, they create the impression that if nothing is done, by 2023, we are going to be paying $12.5 billion as a result of this excess capacity. But, Mr. Speaker, it is important to let everybody know that the government has deliberately used excess capacity charges as a basis for hiding their inefficiency. I believe that most of my colleagues have actually dealt with the issue of excess capacity. But in fact, Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Energy's own report, that's on the energy sector recovery plan, they indicate that on annual basis, as a country, ECG loses $180 million as a result of people who default in paying for their electricity bills. Out of this figure, 150 million, which is 80% of the bills, is owned by ministries, departments, and agencies. Mr. Speaker, if at the end of the day, the ministry itself cannot pay for costs that they have budgeted for, the agencies cannot pay for costs that they have budgeted for, and the departments cannot do that, and you create an impression that this debt is as a result of excess capacity, then there's a problem. In government to realize this and ensure that, Mr. Speaker, that we all postpaid meters, and of course in some cases even prepaid, were changed to smart meters. The whole idea was to give electricity consumers some level of confidence in the the metering system. Even in terms of the districts, they had introduced what we call the smart boundary meters, such that even managers of the various districts will ensure that the power that was supplied to those particular districts were accounted for. But unfortunately, this government, 4 years, have decided to take this policy away, and on an annual basis, we accrue this amount of money. What's also more interesting is that every year, ECG loses some amount of money as a result of technical and commercial losses. Indeed, the PURC indicates that 23% of power that is given to ECG is not accounted for. This 23%, in terms of monetary values, is $400 million a year. It is on the basis of this that the government itself, realizing that the only way we could solve the problem in the power sector was to ensure that the distribution angle of it was efficient, and therefore the issue of opting for the Pampa 2 of the Millennium Challenge Corporation. But, Mr. Speaker, the interesting part is that today, even though about 300 million was already introduced in terms of modifying the various structures within the distribution sector, Ghana lost $190 million as a result of a simple procurement process of transiting ECG to PDS. And all of us know the reasons why this happened. It was because of corruption, cronyism, and unbridled quest for self-gain. Today, Ghana has lost $190 million. And so if you come and indicate that on the basis of this, Ghana is accruing money, a debt, and that debt is because of excess capacity charges, that cannot be true. Mr. Speaker, the other interesting part is that today, government tells all of us that our demand for gas is lower than the supply, and therefore we have enough gas. And indeed, the gas that currently are not utilized, we are paying for them because of the PA, or the petroleum agrees the production of those gas. Indeed, they state a figure of 168 million as the initial one for the fact that we were not ready to take the gas that was produced by the OCTP partners. If that logic is anything to to go back. Why will government itself go back again to sign another LNG contract, not the Thermal LNG project, which, per the whole calculations, by 2022, if we cannot offtake that particular LNG, we are going to pay an additional $522 million annually. The first question we need to ask, this is a gas sales agreement that has not been brought to Parliament, so we have not even ratified it. We do not know the owners of this particular project, the people who are behind it. We do not know. Meanwhile, Ghana is potentially waiting to pay $522 million as our share if we do not take that gas when they are ready to produce it. But Mr. Speaker, in all this, it is important to also diffuse this whole idea of just the excess capacity itself. Let's agree that the government says that our installed capacity is 4,600 megawatts. Our per Energy Commission's old figures, 3,700 is what is dependable. The peak demand is 2,700. We agree, these figures, we want them on that. If today our peak is 2,700, the president himself says that 50% of Ghanaians do not have power. It means that by simple proportion, about 405 megawatts could have been used by the 50% of Ghanaians. If that is the case, the other thing we need to do, and all power distributing managers will tell you, that if you want to have a very good power system, your redundancies must be equal to your unit. In Ghana, our largest single unit is Akosombo, which has an installed capacity of 1,020, but has a dependable capacity of 930. If you take that and you just even add it to the 405, and then you look at even Valco today, as we speak, is running on just 2 port lines. If Valco was running on 5 port lines, which each port line is supposed to be 75 megawatts, that will give you 375 megawatts. Mr. Speaker, add all that, and you realize that the total amount of power that these three sectors could have been using was 1,710. Add that to your 2,700, and you'll be getting 4,410 megawatts. So I want the NPP to tell me, where is this excess capacity coming from? You were using excess capacity. COVID has come. You are using COVID. I know very soon we'll use another thing to explain how we are so weak in running our own economy, in running our own power sector. And I think that, Mr. Speaker, I believe that if we are very careful with each other and we are honest, we should be able to resolve these issues. Because today, it is about ESLA. They'll tell you that they want to increase that. Even the ESLA bonds that you have gone to take. You have not properly even accounted for how it has been used. Monies that you were supposed to use in retiring the indebtedness of the energy sector. You used 600 million to pay for pensions. Was that what the money was raised for?
Where is the money?
And today you come and under the disguise of trying to ensure that you get money. You use energy sector and you have been hitting on this, flocking it all over the place. Now I believe that even the excess capacity charges will, to a very large extent, even rest, because now COVID has come back to take over the shipping. And it is COVID that they will ship. And I'm very sure in the next few months, if anything happens, that is going to be the reason why they are not performing. This government is a government that Ghana made the greatest mistake in voting to power. I believe that as a minority, just because of the fact that we represent our constituents, none of us should be interested in approving any of these taxes that they have brought. It is unconscionable to see your own constituents, how they are suffering under COVID, and still go ahead to increase 20 pesos on the liter of petrol and diesel, and 10 pesos on the same liter of petrol and diesel, just because you want to pick up money that you cannot account for. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for listening.
Yeah. Honorable Jinapona.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity given to contribute to the motion captured on the order paper as item number 5. Mr. Speaker, before I get to my substantive contribution, I've been listening to my friend, the MP for Bongo, Mr. Speaker, it reminds me of the famous statement by former President Jerry John Rawlings when a BBC journalist questioned him what was his economic policy. And he said, his economic policy is good when his stomach is full, and it is bad when his stomach is empty. Mr. Speaker, globally, the test of your energy policy, the test of the efficacy of your energy policy is when the lights are on or off. Yes. It's when the lights are on or off. Mr. Speaker, in spite of the end effect of all the grammar, all the excess capacity, ESLA, this, that, and are the lights on or off? Where the lights on or off 4 years under the administration? That is the test of any country's energy policy across the world. Mr. Speaker, in this respect, let me refer the House to the report by the reputable Institute for Social, Statistical and Economic Research, ISA, when they reported, Mr. Speaker, that in 2014 alone, Dumso cost the taxpayer and the Ghanaian people $680 million United States dollars. Mr. Speaker, that was 2% of our GDP. Mr. Speaker, if you did a cumulative, you did arithmetic for the 4 years of Dumso, Dumso cost the Ghanaian people $3 billion United States dollars. Mr. Speaker, what is he talking about? At the time he was spokesperson at the Ministry of Energy. Mr. Speaker, let me refer the House to page 19 of the budget statement. And Mr. Speaker, at the time the MP for Bongo was spokesperson at the Ministry of Energy in 2016, electricity expansion per the budget grew by negative 5.8%. Mr. Speaker, I want to submit that their record in the energy sector was abysmal. It was abysmal, it was terrible. You plunged this country into doomsday for 4 years. You accumulated debt. Those debts are still being paid today. Your management of the energy sector, in all respect, was abysmal. And that record must be put here. It's not about the quotation of figures and records and ESLA. What was the state of electricity expansion and how the lights fared under your administration? We were under doomsday, so your record was bad. Mr. Speaker, the MP for Duaboso, who is the ranking member for health, in a likely event that his party...
Member, hold on, put your phone on. Yes, Honorable Bauer, your name was mentioned, that's why.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. My colleague indicates that when I was working at the Ministry of Energy, that electricity expansion went by, in terms of a negative figure. Mr. Speaker, you will know that the issue is that if you look at the electricity expansion, what it simply means is access to electricity. Under the access to electricity, actually the figures itself tells us, and the President himself quoted it at the State of the Nation address, we had moved from 54% to 85%.
Honorable, the fact he said, if it is wrong, point that out to me, so ask him to justify it. Otherwise, you're offering an explanation, which is not the essence of point of order.
Because his source, we can't verify his source, and the figures that are available to us is that the expansion of electricity moved from 54%. Yeah, basically, we want to know where the source is coming from. Because from what the President said, the figure is different.
Yeah, you're up very well. Yes, Honorable Member, you may continue.
Mr. Speaker, page 19, table 5, number 5 of table 5 of the budget statement. Mr. Speaker, that's the source. Mr. Speaker, I was responding to the statement made by the MP for Duaboso about Agenda 111. Mr. Speaker, the MP should be rest assured. Agenda 111 is on course. It is going to turn out to be the most revolutionary intervention in health infrastructure in our country. Mr. Speaker, I refer the House to page 252 of the budget statement, and indeed at number 56, serial number 56, Mr. Speaker, the budget speaks to Agenda 111, and I read, approved projects, progress, approve project program list to be contracted from concessional and non-concessional external loans for 2021 and medium term. Number 56, construction of regional hospitals and Agenda 111, Ministry of Health. Mr. Speaker, the budget speaks to it, the budget captures it, and it will be done. Mr. Speaker, finally, the Member of Parliament for Akachi South talks about the special prosecutor and the need for this House and the government to fund the Office of Special Prosecutor. I agree with you, Mr. Speaker. The Office of the Special Prosecutor.
Hold on. Yes, Honorable Abuja. You must tell me what he has stated that is an error.
Mr. Speaker, my very good friend energetically was saying things about how was prevalent under NDC that the lights are on now. Mr. Speaker, I hold in my hand.
Member, he made specific statement. Which one is not
Mr.
a fact?
Speaker, that the lights don't go on under this government is not true. This is a Doomsday timetable.
He hasn't said so. You are out of order.
This is a Doomsday timetable.
Yes, Honorable Permanent.
Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Jinapo made refer to Table 5 of page 19 and said electricity in 2016 the growth was negative 5.8. Electricity here does not mean access to electricity. He's reading the diagram wrongly. Electricity here means availability of power.
The fact he stated is in the book. So when you get the opportunity, you explain it. You are out of order, please. If he makes a wrong statement, I'll admit it. But as for explanation, it is part of your debate. Yes, Honorable, continue.
Mr. Speaker, the budget before us is a very bold attempt by President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo to deal with the contemporary issues confronting our country. Mr. Speaker, we all know that indeed and in fact, as a result of COVID, revenue mobilization went down. Indeed, at a point, Ghana was under a lockdown, and yet expenditure had to go up, and the government had no choice but to intervene in most sectors of our national life, as in free health, free water, free electricity, provision of food, and several other interventions which scaled up or surged our expenditure, and yet revenue dipped. Mr. Speaker, so the budget attempts to deal with the post-COVID complications, and a careful examination of this budget will reveal that all the interventions the President and his government proposes in dealing with these issues are far-reaching, are bold, and indeed, Mr. Speaker, if this budget is approved, will deal with the issues. Mr. Speaker, but I should add that we all have a collective responsibility to support the leadership of the President and support the government, because at this stage, we need leadership and we need to take the bold decisions in order to preserve the future of our economy and our country. Mr. Speaker, there's been a lot of talk about the economy of our country, and a lot of figures have been thrown out. I've never sat in an economic class before, and I don't appreciate the technical nuances of the economy of our country. But, Mr. Speaker, I know too well that an economy which was managed in a way that it got to a point that we had to knock on the doors of IMF and to admit ourselves by our own volition that our economy has been mismanaged, that our fiscal regime is in disarray, that our debt is unsustainable, that the deficit is out of the door, that GDP growth was in part 3.something%, that indeed agriculture was growing at 0.04%. Indeed, the crop sector was growing at negative 1.7%. And therefore, we are submitting ourselves to IMF and submitting to their conditionalities and invite them to bail us out and to direct us and to lead us. Mr. Speaker, I don't need to be an economist to know that such an economy was in doldrums. I don't need to be. Mr. Speaker, I have the figures here. And some of us, and I believe a lot of Ghanaians, struggle when all of a sudden there is a whole banter about percentage of that, percentage of that. Yes, Mr. Speaker, 5 years ago, maybe a bit long enough, but it's not so long. The verdict is clear. The economy of today, which in spite of COVID, was able to pay for free electricity, pay for free water, was able to provide food, and the economy which was resilient in spite of COVID, and the economy that was under IMF. Mr. Speaker, the comparison is like chalk and cheese. It's like day and night. Mr. Speaker, let me refer the House to the budget statement presented by the Honorable Setepe in 2015, the budget of 2016. And in that budget, page 13, the Finance Minister himself, in reporting to this House, gave the growth rate for agriculture. Mr. Speaker, with your indulgence, I quote. He says, Mr. Speaker, the Ghana Statistical Service data pegs agricultural growth at 0.04%. Mr. Speaker, he continues to give a breakdown of the growth rate for the crop subsector and gives it at negative 1.7%. Mr. Speaker, I give this example because any economy is anchored on two pillars, agriculture and industry. And Mr. Speaker, let me give you the figure for industry. Industry in 2016 grew at 4.3%. In 2017, it shot up to 15.7%. Mr. Speaker, in the mining subsector, which is the sector I'm interested in 2016, the mining subsector grew at negative 0.2%. In fact, even in 2015, it grew at negative 8.3%. In 2017, it grew at 30.8%. So, Speaker, where is the comparison? Where is the comparison? And which is why a careful examination of this budget and all the previous budgets reported by various finance ministers and the Ghana Statistical Service in almost all sectors of our national life, without exception, the comparison will reveal that we are doing far better under President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo's first term than we've ever done. Mr. Speaker, I want to indicate that in this budget, the natural resource component of the budget is quite encouraging. And indeed, in almost every aspect of the utilization of our natural resources, the budget at page 125, particularly paragraphs 659 all the way to paragraph 682 of the budget, deals comprehensively with the natural resource of our country. And it talks about the achievements and the interventions we've made in the first 4 years, what we seek to do, how we are going to ensure that the digitization of the records of the Lands Commission is completed. We started a pilot. It talks about how we have intervened in the forestry sector. And at paragraph 660, Mr. Speaker, with your indulgence, I quote, under the National Afforestation Program, a total area of 12,287 hectares of forest plantation was established. And it goes on and on. And in the critical sector of mining, Mr. Speaker, the budget at this page and in the paragraphs I've just enumerated deals with how the government dealt with the much important sector of mining and how we intend to do so in the year 2021. So, Mr. Speaker, my submission, the government of my submission is this budget, just like the previous ones, are going to help in dealing with the concrete issues confronting the good people of this country, whether in healthcare or education or infrastructure or the economy or jobs. This budget, the budget of 2021, the budget which is going to complete, consolidate, and continue, is going to help in dealing with these issues. And Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, the measure of every country is the standard of living of its people. A lot of talk is been made about the conditions of the lives of our people. The Ghana Living Survey, if you examine the Ghana Living Survey, Mr. Speaker, I have it here. In almost all the critical aspects of our national life, all the aspects of our nation which impact on the daily livelihoods of our people. What are the prices of food? If you check the basket which is used in determining inflationary figure in our country, food component is the #1 downward driving force with this historic, unprecedented inflationary rates that we have in this country. Whether it is electricity, whether it's respect to electricity, let's compare the prices of electricity in our country today and then. It will reveal that electricity, the price of electricity is gone down. Whether it is in respect of education, Mr. Speaker. Today, Ghanaian students across the country are enjoying free education from kindergarten to senior high school. Of special mention, Mr. Speaker, is Northern Ghana, because I was born and raised in Northern Ghana, and I know the conditions of our people in Northern Ghana. And quite clearly, the impact of free education in our country is extraordinary. But in Northern Ghana, it's even more dramatic. And it's impacting on the lives of our people positively. Mr. Speaker, whether it is on infrastructure, and I have the figures here, President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo's government has constructed more roads within his first term than any government in the first term. Mr. Speaker, let me repeat. Mr. Speaker, the records show, and I have the records. Mr. Speaker, if I may repeat that, let me put it on record. The government of President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, in its first term, has constructed more roads than any government in the Fourth Republic in their first term. That is a fact. That is a fact. And I have the records. Mr. Speaker, that is a fact.
You have 1 minute. Yes, what is the issue? The Minister for Roads said the same thing here, in this house. What is new about it? Nobody challenged. Yes, Honorable.
Mr. Speaker, that was the Minister of Road and Transport, though he also didn't provide the document. Just a few minutes ago, you made a ruling, because he didn't mention any figure. Table the source of, table the evidence here, Mr. Speaker. That is all we want.
Conclude.
Yes, and the comparison, because he said in the history
Honorable Agboja, you want to raise an objection, you must say that he has said something which is not a fact.
Yes. Mr. Speaker, okay.
If you bring a fact to contradict this.
Mr. Speaker, my point is, he said in the history of this country, since independence, Mr. Speaker, he should table that comparison. That is what we are talking about. Yes, he said in the present first term, he's confirmed than any other person.
He said Fourth Republic. If you have any evidence to the contrary, please bring it. Kindly conclude, Honorable Agboja. Honorable Jennifer, kindly conclude. You had 1 minute more.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. Mr. Speaker, under President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo and his able, dynamic Minister for Roads, who is my uncle, in whom I'm most pleased, the first term record of President Akufo-Addo on roads is far more than any government in the Fourth Republic first term record. That's a fact. The record is there. Mr. Speaker, so I want to conclude. Mr. Speaker, I want to conclude by respectfully inviting the House to support the budget statement ably tabled by the Majority Leader and Minister for Parliamentary Affairs, and the budget titled Economic Revitalization Through Completion, Consolidation and Continuity. When you are here, Mr. Speaker, with this when you are here budget, there is future for this country. With this when you are here budget, the Deputy Minority Leader is taking the figures from the Minister of Roads. He's taking figures. The budget will support the future march of our country. I thank you for the opportunity.
Honorable Mark.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to debate the economic policy and the budget of the Republic of Ghana for the year 2021. But, Mr. Speaker, before I go on my own tangent, I want to comment on some statements that were made by my honorable members at the other side. They tried to debate as if we are saying that the COVID pandemic did not have any economic effect. But that is not true. What we are saying is that when the economic fundamentals are weak, the COVID will definitely have an effect. That is what we are saying.
Tell them.
You see, the economic fundamentals are weak. You are paying more debt servicing now than compensation. These are weak fundamentals. Then the Honorable Eslawusu tried to argue that the COVID funds were provided by His Excellency the President Nana Akufo-Addo. That is quite simplistic and probably untrue. I'm saying this because if you take the heritage funds, I mean, you know where it came from. It came from the NDC government and President Mahama. The heritage funds that was used in COVID. Or are you saying that the EU funds that came in, or that one which came from the World Bank, or the ADB Bank, did they come from President Nana Akufo-Addo? Then the Honorable Abu Jinapo mentioned that my ranking member, the Jwabusu MP, is saying that he cannot see that aspect in the budget about the funding of the hospital. What you read out is not a funding. That is just the fact that you have agreed to use loans. That is generic. The address of the loans we don't know. Where it is coming from, we don't know. Who is going to give us the loans, we don't know. That's what is written there. My ranking member tried to say that it is the capex that is in the budget. It's coming from donor funds. And you know, in this era of COVID-19, it's even difficult to get donor funds. He tried to say that the government of Ghana has not given us a Tesla as capital expenditure in the budget. And that is very, very important. The source of the funding for the capital expenditure. The government of Ghana has not given us a Tesla for us to be able to fund capital expenditure. Having said that, I will go on to debate on the COVID-19 pandemic and also will navigate through some few issues. Mr. Speaker, the COVID-19 pandemic was quite devastating. The government undertook a lot of projects and programs. I admit to abort more laboratories were established, and we can find them in the budget. Item 986 and item 998 and item 999. Dialectically, we expect that we should also know that there were challenges. And In fact, some of the challenges were how the COVID funds were disbursed. Indeed, members of this House and well-meaning Ghanaians have had cause to call for a forensic auditing of these COVID funds. Private schools, their association, complained that they did not get some of these monies that they expected that they should also get some because the teachers were not being paid. And so, if we behave as if there were no problems, it wouldn't be fair. Indeed, this antigen test at the airport, managed by Frontier, up to date, remains unanswered. The transport minister came, he couldn't answer. The information minister came, he had no information. The health minister came, it was not enough. Indeed, the president, during his State of the Nation address, did not address the issue of this antigen test at the airport. As we said now, I don't know where we are going to get that information. From where? If the president did not also answer that question. So we have challenges. And when we behave as if we are masters in the management of COVID, I just keep quiet and say that let us remember Chinua Achebe in the book entitled Things Fall Apart. That those whose tongue tenor are cracked by benevolent spirits should never forget to be humble. We should not forget to humble. Our God saved us from COVID, and we should always acknowledge that, and not come and be pretending that we are good managers of COVID. Are we better than the USA? Are we better than UK? Are we better than Germany? No, we are not better than them. Our God saved us. Our parents were cracked by benevolent spirits, and we should never forget to be humble. Mr. Speaker, it is in the midst of all this that we introduce the COVID-19 levy or tax, 1% on the national health insurance levy and another 1% on that. And now I ask myself, if you are a good mother or father and your child falls into onto a coal that has fire, what do you do first? You pull the child out of the fire, and later on you can deal with the situation as you want it. You can even advise the child or beat the child that, hey, next time don't run into the fire. We have this COVID pandemic still going. Indeed, in 2020, when the COVID started and the situation was better, we had subsidized water, we had electricity, there was finances for small-scale industries. We assisted some companies to change their production lines and produce PPEs. In other words, we assisted individuals and companies. Come 2021, the situation is getting worse. More people are dying. More people are falling sick. The critically ill are getting, a lot of people are getting critically ill. And this time, all the freebies have been withdrawn. The subsidized things have been withdrawn. And now in its place, we are not even going to provide stimulus to companies so that they will recover from the effect of COVID-19. What we are now doing is to impose a tax. Mr. Speaker, is it because last year was an election year? No! Things are getting worse. Things are getting worse. Mr. Speaker, things are getting worse. And we expected that this year we are going to get even more assistance from the government. And after that, when we have recovered, my MBA teacher taught me 15 years ago that you create the wealth, and out of the wealth, you now impose the tax. Have we created the wealth? And so, this COVID-19 tax is inhumane, insensitive, unfriendly, and very, very retrogressive. And I request that this tax should be looked at again. Because, Mr. Speaker, Liberia had Ebola, they didn't impose Ebola levy. Sierra Leone did not impose Ebola levy. A lot of countries have COVID, they did not levy. If we allow this one to go through, very soon we'll be having diarrhea levy. Very soon we'll be having leprosy levy. Very soon we'll be having tuberculosis levy. Any sickness that we think that it is disturbing our revenue, we are going to levy because of that particular sickness. No. And I call on our side to look at that aspect very well and save Ghanaians from this retrogressive tax. Having said that, Mr. Speaker, we are going to analyze this year's budget, the health budget, and subject it to real scrutiny. And what I mean is that we've got to subject it to the Abuja Declaration, we've got to subject it to WHO regulations, and we've got to ensure that we subject it to we've got to subject it to further scrutiny. Mr. Speaker, let's look at the issue of the infrastructure. It is good message, yes, that we are going to build 101 facilities. That is good, if we can really do it. And NAFDA will be very happy if we are included. And what it means is that 27.75, that I'm divided by 4 years, 27.75 hospitals will be built in a year. So I call on members who are here to ensure that you join us to get the 27.75. Indeed, it is not for 26.75, very taken one. In the Minister of Health here, the easiest thing to do is to build one for NAFDA. But Mr. Speaker, a government that has a record of not building or starting a building and ending it in the last 4 years, 2 months, when they tell you that they are going to build 101, then you've got to be skeptical. And looking at the budget, like my uncle was saying, there appears not to be any hope. I went to the ABFA, that's the oil money, and tried to see what is there for infrastructure. Only 1% of the oil money is what has been allocated for infrastructure. I said, then how are we going to achieve this so-called...
You have 1 more minute.
Yeah, this so-called infrastructure development. Mr. Speaker, in the budget, the government employed around 822 medical doctors, and the doctor-patient ratio now in Ghana is 1 is to about 10,800. And Mr. Speaker, it's not enough. It's simply not enough because they expect that if you 1 to 1,300. In conclusion, I want to inform colleagues that the COVID tax is not good, it's inelastic, and it's not going to increase the income. Thank you very much.
Honorable Yusuf Mustafa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the 2021 budget statement and economic policy under the theme Economic Revitalization Through Completion, Consolidation and Continuity, as presented by the great leader of this side, Honorable Chairman Sabonsu, MP for Swami constituency, and the Minister for Parliamentary Affairs, and the Minister responsible for Finance. Mr. Speaker, before I contribute on my main subject area, I would like to use this opportunity to thank the National Under-20 team, the Black Satellites, for being crowned as the newest African champions in the recently tournament that was held in Mauritania. And this is a big achievement for the sports sector. Mr. Speaker, my contribution, I'm going to focus on sports development and the youth development. The biggest challenge for the sports development since independence is financial. Mr. Speaker, governments have come and gone. Government upon government have come and gone. It takes His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo to address this challenge. In this budget presented, government is taking steps of establishing the Sports Development Fund, which will use to address the financial challenges and to bring the gap, the funding gap associated with sports development and promotion. Mr. Speaker, the impact of the COVID-19 on sports development cannot be measured. As a result, the National Sports Authority, the Ghana Football Association, have been tasked to comply with the 25% capacity rule in our stadia, with spectators respecting the social distancing rule and also wearing facial masks. Mr. Speaker, to mitigate this impact on COVID-19 pandemic, on sports, on men and women, government has offered 500 Ghana cedis to over 1,000 sports athletes in this country. Mr. Speaker, over 1,000 sports athletes in this country has been supported through the National Development Program.
Hold on, switch off your mic. Yes, Honorable.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I come under Order 93.4. The speech of a member must have reference to the subject matter under discussion. All that my colleague have just said has no reference to the subject we are discussing today, being the budget statement. It should just give us reference from where he's referring to. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable member, proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, My senior respect should take his time and go to page 172 and paragraph 957.
Yeah.
You will see clearly
Yeah.
that government is taking steps to address the financial challenge that has engulfed the sports sector. Mr. Speaker, is there? Mr. Speaker, another initiative or stimulus package for the sports industry is a package to the premier class of this country, the Premier League class of this country. Government has supported so far 900,000 Ghana cedis for the 18 Premier Club as a relief package because of this COVID-19 pandemic. Mr. Speaker, since 1965, government upon government have put in bid to organize and host the African Games. No government has been successful apart from His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. In 2018, the country had the opportunity of winning the bid to host the African Games for the first time since 1965. For the first time, 1965, and government have since inaugurated a 9-member local organizing committee to ensure that we host a very successful African Games. Mr. Speaker, we have since secured an Olympic land at Botima to construct an Olympic complex for this tournament. Mr. Speaker, in 2021, the Ministry of Youth and Sports, through the National Sports Authority and GFA, will also prepare our national team to participate and qualify for the AFCON. Yes. We have 2 matches left, and I want to use this opportunity to wish the national team well, because next week they will be going to South Africa to play the Bafana, and we are expecting them. The whole country is behind them. We are wishing them well to go and play and come back here on 28th of March to play Satomi, and also in Ghana here in Accra Sports Stadium. Government is preparing to also ensure that our national team qualify for the World Cup, and for the 4th time, this is for the 4th time the country is preparing again to ensure that our peers in Qatar, the 2022 World Cup tournament in Qatar. Mr. Speaker, the ministry is also facilitating the preparation towards participation in other sports activities, especially the Tokyo Olympic tournament, which is just a month away. The GOC and the other federations have already started the preparation, and government is supporting the GOC to ensure that the Ghana team goes there and win medals for our great country. Mr. Speaker, when it comes to infrastructure development, sports infrastructure development, there is no government in the history of this country that can compare to His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo in terms of infrastructure. The government from 2017 initiated 10 sports stadia. 10. And these 10 sports stadia were constructed simultaneously across the country. Simultaneously. We have one in Ho, where the ranking member is coming from.
Honourable member, hold on. Switch off your mic. Yes, honourable ranking member.
Mr. Speaker, my colleague, the Minister, indicating that the government of Nana Akufo-Addo has constructed, in terms of infrastructure, the highest number than any other government. And I want to say it for the record that is wrong. Because the NDC government under Professor Mills
has done so many, and I can count them, that this became even an issue, and we submitted a report on that. I would prefer you veer away from that. And then the youth resource centers you are mentioning as
Honorable
stadium.
member, you are not raising a point of order. You are raising an alternative view. Yes, please continue. You have the opportunity, you make your argument. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, these 10 sports stadia that His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Ghana, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, is embarking on to ensure that we complete, to give infrastructure to our sportsmen and women. One is located in Navrongo, one is in Yendi, one is in Ho, one is in Ofodia. So these are tangible projects that I can mention and pinpoint to. Mr. Speaker, these projects are not just ordinary sports stadium. They come with youth resource centers like an ICT lab, more FIFA standard pitch, football pitch, 8-lane track, athletic track, a business center. And it takes only innovative leader like His Excellency Nana Addo to ensure that.
Honorable, hold on. Yes, leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Minister for Youth and Sport indicated that the MPP government has built 10, and he mentioned one at Ho. Mr. Speaker, I don't know whether he's referring to the AstroTurf that they are building. Because, Mr. Speaker, the AstroTurf that is being built at Adaklu, not Ho, it's not even at 40% complete. It's not at 40% complete. It's an AstroTurf and not 40% complete, and that cannot qualify to be a stadium. So it should take that on board. That if you're referring to the one at Adaklu, which is an AstroTurf as a stadium, then he should correct himself. So he should take it on board.
Honorable member, continue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm not referring to AstroTurf at all. And for your, I'm talking about the Youth Resource Center, the 10 sports stadia that we are building across the country.
Open your eyes.
Mr. Speaker,
Open eyes and see.
What I want to add, in terms of sports infrastructure, apart from these 10 sports stadia, we have also constructed 40 AstroTurf. 40 AstroTurf. 40 AstroTurf.
Yes, Honorable Member for Adaklu.
Right, Honorable Speaker, the gentleman on his feet is a very good friend of mine, and I know he just took over the Ministry of Youth and Sports. I would encourage him to take time. Minister.
Honorable Member, I thought you were raising a point of order. Draw my attention to the error.
Mr. Speaker, he should take time and visit the site. Mr. Speaker, on record in this house, the finance minister came here and said they were building youth resource centers in every region. He mentioned Ho. When the president came here to read the State of the Nation address, he said they were building youth resource centers, a center in Adaklu. So exactly where in Ho are they building a stadium? Mr. Speaker, the minister is grossly misleading this house. There's no stadium project going on in Ho. I put it to him. Otherwise, we should show us the site. There's no sports stadium project going on in Ho. The minister is not telling the truth. Show us where the site is.
Honorable Minister.
There is.
Honorable Minister, where in Ho is the stadium you're referring to?
Thank you so much. Mr. Speaker, I'm happy that my colleague is also contradicting. Mr. Speaker,
Host for stadium. The fourth stadium home. Oh, any home. Ah, look at Mr. Evans.
Open your eyes.
Host for stadium.
Open your eyes.
The match.
Honorable Minister, I'm waiting to hear from you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Deputy Minority Leader confirmed to this House on record that he has visited the site in whole and it is only 45% complete. And you are contradicting him. It is at whole central.
Very well, Honorable Member, continue.
Yes, Minister, look at your minister, got this up. Whole central.
Mr. Speaker,
Central.
aside the 10
Whole central.
aside the 10 sports stadia, the Ministry of Zongo Development and Inner City has also constructed 15 astroturf. One, and before the coming of His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa, we have only 2 astroturf in the whole country. Only 2. It is only under His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo that we have gotten 15 from Ministry of Zongo Development and Inner City, 40 from GMPC, 4 from our own Minister for Employment, Honorable Baswe Uhura. So, in terms of sports infrastructure, there is no any government in the history of the Fourth Republic that can compare to His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. Mr. Speaker, youth unemployment, it is a major challenge and a critical developmental challenge for. The good news is that under His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, we pay more attention, we take it as a very important issue. Just because of that, His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo initiated an innovative program, the NAPCO Nation Builders Corps, under which hundreds of our youth has been recruited for the 100,000 of our youth have been recruited under NAPCO program. Mr. Speaker, 93,724 teachers have been recruited under Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. Mr. Speaker, 119,000 nurses have been recruited under Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo.
Honorable Member, hold on. There's somebody. Can you switch off your mic? Hold on. Yes, yeah.
Speaker, if I heard my colleague very well, on the night one, yes. If I heard him very well, he talked of a new stadium in Avrongo. There is no any new stadium in Avrongo. We have only a champion stadium, and the only work there he is talking of a stadium. There's no new stadium in Avrongo. He should talk about Yaba. There's no new stadium in Avrongo, so the honorable member is not telling the truth. There's no stadium in Avrongo. It's misleading the House, the Speaker. He should come up well. He should come out with facts well. There's no new stadium in Avrongo. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, the honorable member says there's no stadium or youth center in Avrongo.
Mr. Speaker, I'm really surprised about my junior colleague in this House.
You should open his eyes.
My junior colleague in this House, he should come, I'll take him, I'll hold his hand and take him to Avrongo Stadium.
He's opening his eyes.
Mr. Speaker, under youth unemployment, the National Youth Employment Agency have also engaged over 80,000 youth of this country. They are currently working and doing so well in this country. Mr. Speaker, the National Entrepreneurship and Innovation Plan have also trained over 92,000. 10,000 of them has been funded, and they've created jobs. 92,000 Ghanaian youth have engaged through this initiative. Mr. Speaker, this is leadership, innovative leadership that His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo is exhibiting in terms of job creation. It has never happened. And my colleagues, for 8 years, there was a job freeze in the public sector. You couldn't recruit even 10,000 youth of this country. So when it comes to job creation, the difference is very wide. The difference is very, very wide. And I know Honorable Wyoming will agree with me.
You have 1 more minute, please.
Mr. of this country are grateful to His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo for taking the bold step to bring this innovative budget for this country. Thank you so much.
Honorable Angela Oferiwa Alote.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Honorable, hold on. Yes, Honorable Chief Whip.
Speaker, just to bring to your attention that the agreement we had earlier was that ranking members and chairs to committees will speak for 15 minutes and members will speak for 10 minutes. I've just observed that we don't seem to be observing that. I'm bringing that to your notice. What's that?
Honorable Deputy Leader, it's just confirmed. I was not at the pre-sitting meeting, so 10 minutes for ranking members, 15 minutes for ranking members, 10 minutes for others. Is that right?
Mr. Speaker, ranking members and deputies are taking 15 minutes, and members are taking 10 minutes. Ministers are also taking 15 minutes. And I know, I've been watching the time, you are observing it, because we have not departed from what we are practicing.
Except that I don't know which ones are chairman and ranking members, so I allowed everybody 15 minutes.
No,
so
Mr. Speaker,
now,
we have indicated the position against the names. If they have not done that, then they should do so.
Frankly, I have not. So now I'll observe it. Very well. Honorable Alote, you may start. You have.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the motion on the floor of the House. But before I start with my information or the debate, I just want to say that when you rise, as my senior colleague just did, and say, oh, we have constructed 20 stadia, wherever, your delivery tracker will expose you. When you Google and you go to your own platform, it says there is nothing there, so you can check right away. Right Honorable Speaker, I am very interested in what happens to our physically or persons living with disability. And by that, may I take you to paragraph 1007 of the budget
Honorable
statement.
Please hold on. Switch off your mic. Yes, Honorable.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, I think the honorable member, with all jokes aside, is not being fair to the minister. This is the Minister of Youth and Sports. Sit down, wait.
Order.
This is the minister. This is the Minister of the Youth and Sports of the Republic of Ghana. And Mr. Speaker, whatever the minister has said is correct. Mr. Speaker, there is
Honorable member for Ho West.
Mr. Speaker, there is a 5,000 capacity. It's not all seater. It's not all seater, but there is a 5,000 capacity stadium in Nabrengo. There is a 5,000. Wait, there is. There is a 5,000 capacity stadium for the people of Ho, but, Mr. Speaker, it is situated in a land that the Adaklu people say it is their land. It is therefore the youth employment, the youth authority, National Youth Authority land. And he knows, and they know
Honorable
that
Minister,
project is 5,000
Minister,
Why are you saying the
Honorable Minister, so what are you objecting to?
So, but here to say that your delivery tracker will expose you, and so to say that the minister was not speaking the truth is not correct.
My interest was in the reference to.
And I think it's not parliamentary.
Hello.
She's impugning
Honorable
to the minister, and I think it's not parliamentary.
Honorable Minister, can you listen? My interest was in reference to Google it. As if Google generates any data on its own. It only gathers our data. But if the controversy, if I understand one, relating to the whole one, is the where it is situated, whether it is Ho or Adaklu. Is that right? Or are you suggesting there's nothing happening anywhere? Other members, there's no point in arguing over this. Whether it is situated at Ho or when I came to Ho, I asked where is Adaklu. And it was pointed out to me that that building, the mountain there behind it is Adaklu. So Adaklu and Ho are probably intertwined. Are they? Is that not it? That was what an honorable Ho West member who pointed out Adaklu to me.
Honorable Speaker,
yeah.
Actually, it is Youth Recreational Center situated at Adaklu. Period. It's not a sports stadium.
Honorable Terry, please continue your debate.
Right, Honorable Speaker. Thank you for the opportunity once again. There is difference between stadium and youth center. And as a citizen from the Volta region, I know for sure and on record that there is no stadium being constructed in the Volta region. Mr. Speaker, the persons living with disability, the conditions under which they live, it's a worry. And in the current budget that was presented to us by the minister, in fact, he clearly stated that they were living under a deplorable state, or they live in a deplorable state. But my surprise is that in paragraph 1007, the only information provided on this, or the situation, for them to improve the situation, was to bring an amendment to this House for the Persons with Disability Act to be amended. There had not been any clear statement on how it will be done. So my only worry is that the unemployed persons living with disability are suffering and they deserve to be attended to. I remember in 2016, their fund was allocated 2% of what goes to the assembly. And then in 2017 to 2020, it was increased to 3%. I expected to see an increment in their release, but again, I did not see anything there like that. My only appeal to the minister and in the ministry or the director there is that they should do well to remember to take care of our people who live with, who are in that state. Mr. Speaker, I'll just do bits and pieces of 4 items. I now want to may I take you to paragraph 762 of the budget, and that is on electricity. In the SONA address, page 18 of it, 2020, it was stated clearly, and I read, the president on page 18 of this statement of his State of the Nation address to this House stated, Ghana's national electrification scheme has achieved 85.17% as at October 2020. That was in 2020 SONA. Mr. Speaker, what they failed to tell us is at what point they achieved the 85.17%. Did it start from January 2017? Did it start from January 2018? But we have a record on that. Mr. Speaker, the Center for Global Development stated in 2016 that Ghana had achieved 82.5% of electricity coverage. This means that the Nana-Addo-led administration between 2017 and 20 was able to increase access by only 2.6%. And today, they pride themselves by saying that they have done so well. This is the biggest failure as far as electricity is concerned. I will not even talk about the bills we pay, the consumption and the rates that we pay for the electricity we use. We all know it has gone over 200%. Mr. Speaker, we have to be careful because as at the time in 2016 that the Global Development Agency came up with that report, they stated clearly that the annual electrification rate could be projected at 4.38 per annum. And they also stated clear that by 2020, Ghana was going to achieve a universal access to electricity. Where are we today? Yawa, nothing. We are still where we are. And the worst is, now we all know that we've gone back to Dumso. And the first victim, or the victim, two victims, there are two victims or two regions now. Number one is my own region, Volta. And Mr. Speaker, I have here the schedule for Dumso in the Volta region and OT. I just wonder why it is not Kumasi and Koforidia. It's right here because we don't consume so much as those other regions do. So on Thursday 18th, which is today, Tanyibe, Keta, Adidome, Anglo, and other places, communities will not be having power. Where are you taking us to? The good managers of the economy and the owners of the land. Where have you brought us to? Please, all I can say is that the Volta region, we don't deserve this. They should start it from the heavy consumers of electricity and leave us alone. This is the schedule. Mr. Speaker, the timetable is here. They have started, or they even started earlier before coming up with the timetable. Please intervene for us. For us, we don't consume much, so we don't need to go through this. Mr. Speaker, on page 5 of the President's State of the Nation's address, he spoke clearly about the effect of COVID on the nation.
Please hold on. Yes, leader.
Speaker, I have been closely and attentively listening to the honorable member. And there's a saying that he who comes to equity must come with clean hands. Yesterday, the honorable member took a member on, saying that she was reading. The honorable member is reading from her notes. She is supposed to make cursory reference. Speaker,
Honorable,
what she should be doing
is to make reference.
Thank you, Honorable Leader.
And not to be reading verbatim.
She is referring to her notes. Please continue.
This one is tit for tat, but I wasn't reading because I did it to somebody yesterday. Mr. Speaker, may I take you to page 5 of the State of the Nation's address of the President? He admitted, and I would like to read. He said, the pandemic has exposed the need to expedite the process of moving Ghana to a situation beyond aid. Haven't we heard Ghana without aid severally in the first 4 years of your government? We heard it. Are you now telling us that you have to move to Ghana beyond aid? So have you forgotten the previous sloganeerings that you came up with? Hey, 419 and 419 forever. Mr. Speaker, the President also says that, the same page, the government has developed and is currently implementing 100 billion Job Ghana Care Obatampa program to transform, revitalize, and modernize our economy. I just have a very simple question here. May I know where he got approval for on this particular expenditure? Because it is right here in the SONA that they have started implementing it. Where did you get approval from before implementing it? Mr. Speaker, you must...
You have 1 minute more.
You must direct them to come for approval. Mr. Speaker, my final issue is that the President promised us in 2019 that he was going to beautify Nima beyond New York or everywhere. But he ended up beautifying only his home. So what I want to say is that the President must remember that his neighbors are still in the same situation he met them or he was living in, and that his situation has changed, that he should honor the...
Honorable Gift Ichu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute. Mr. Speaker, the agenda for the world and that of Africa, that is Agenda 2030, SDGs for the world, UN, and then Agenda 2063 for AU, had given us 17 agendas. And this 17 agenda, we are entitled, as the heads of state, to ensure that they live by these agendas, the Sustainable Development Goals. We usually get the inflation figures and the GDP figures, and when you compare with the world and that of ECOWAS, we say that Ghana is doing well. But we often hear our friends from the other side saying that we should compare with our closest neighbor, that is Cote d'Ivoire, because Cote d'Ivoire's GDP is 1.8. Mr. Speaker, from the African Index, SDG Index dashboard, we realize that the whole of Africa, Ghana is 8th on the performance of the development goals, whereas Cote d'Ivoire is 25th. That shows that is 2020. That shows that in Cote d'Ivoire, yes, their GDP is high because they concentrated maybe on something else and did not concentrate on the SDGs, which is for the whole world to achieve. Mr. Speaker, talking about the goal 1, 2, 3, and 4, the 4, which is the quality education, which President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo's government has concentrated so much, has gone a long way to solve our issues of zero hunger and no poverty. During COVID, not spent so much on health and also ensuring that the low-level income individuals were supported by supplying food items, free utilities. Amidst all this, we were able to maintain the economy to a level which did not have a negative GDP, but by the grace of God, we have 0.9. Mr. Speaker, from the budget statement, paragraphs 80, 81, 603, and 62618, we realize that the agricultural growth level, which is 4.8 that we have, did not come by chance, but we made a lot of investment by supplying improved seeds. Those went a long way to reduce hunger and poverty to a large extent. We also introduced mechanized agriculture and irrigation systems. All these ensure that in the midst of COVID, poverty did not escalate, but rather we supported the low-level income individuals. Mr. Speaker, talking about education, in the general education and also in technical vocational education and training, a lot of investment was done there. Mr. Speaker, before I continue, our honorable friend, Honorable Neil Lante Vanderpool, was talking about President mentioning toilets. Mr. Speaker, it will interest the House to note that hitherto, secondary schools that we are building were having KVIP toilet facilities. But under President Nana Addo Akufo-Addo, all schools that we build toilet facilities are WCs together with boreholes and pumps. Mr. Speaker, at least we have over 254 WC facilities together with boreholes in our secondary schools to ensure that we
hold on. Yes, Honorable for the group.
Mr. Speaker, my honorable colleague just said that all the schools that President Akufo-Addo built do not have KVIPs. They only have water process toilets. Mr. Speaker, this is not a fact that can be. You and I know there's a reason we have KVIP because the schools don't have water running.
Please continue.
Mr. Speaker, it's not true.
It says they built WCs with boreholes. So I thought you were saying that is not true. But you said there's a reason why there are KVIPs. That is not to deny her fact. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I was saying, all the structures that we build in the school, classroom blocks, and the dormitory blocks, we have constructed WC toilet facilities with boreholes and overhead tanks, together with pumps, to ensure that sanitation in our schools are well improved. Mr. Speaker, again, under toilet facilities, our rural communities are now enjoying WC facilities, again with boreholes and overhead tanks. And when there are no electricities, these are solar powered to ensure that there will be potable water for them, and also this is the budget. And then we have this too, and this is also one of the SDGs that we need: water and sanitation. Mr. Speaker, government has spent and is still spending over 3 billion cedis, a number of technical vocational facilities in the country.
Hold on. Yes, your point of order.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The Honorable Member just said our rural communities are enjoying so many facilities. Which rural communities? How many of them are enjoying the WC? I come from a rural community. Mention 2-3 communities that are enjoying the
Honorable
WC.
Member, you're out of order. Yes, continue, please.
Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful. We have seabed facilities. Mr. Speaker, in Ghana, we usually have illegal migrants that are brought back home because they go there raw. With the improved seabed facilities that we have in the country, and we continue to improve, which is the government's priority, we now have systems in place to ensure that the seabed has become very attractive. Mr. Speaker, for this year, almost all technical vocational schools in the country are full at the first instance of placement because of the enhancement and the investment we have done in education. Mr. Speaker, amidst COVID, we still supported students with PPEs, we supported students with hot meal food. The JHS 3s were given meals, the registration fees were paid, the SHS were also paid. This shows that we still manage to satisfy the need of our populace. That is why our President, Nana Addo Dankwa-Akufo-Addo, said that he knows how to bring the economy back, but when people die, he can't bring them back. Still under COVID and education, we had a new curriculum which we trained all teachers from KG to standard 6 to ensure that their pedagogy is also improved, and also to improve the numeracy and literacy of our students. Mr. Speaker, we also did not relent our efforts, but we had teacher licensure exam organized, and huge recruitment of teachers occurred during the time of COVID. One may say that the budget for education is spending so much on wages and emolument. Mr. Speaker, for education is such that you need to invest in the human resource, and school without teachers cannot be school. It is unfortunate to realize that as much as we're trying to close the gap, we post teachers to other places, and members like us here will say that the teacher cannot go to that place, so bring the teacher to somewhere else. Mr. Speaker, teachers have been posted to all over the country to ensure that we have improved in performance of education. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, education is an investment that it takes a while to realize the dividend. But under COVID, President Nana Addo Dankwa-Akufo-Addo did not relent in the expenditure with education and development of our country. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Agaga.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to make a few submissions relative to government's budget statement and economic policy for the financial year 2021. Mr. Speaker, my elder brother, the Honorable Minister for the Interior, has poured out his heart in relation to the funding gaps that this country has experienced over a period of time in relation to our security agencies. This problem has not been new at all, and so I can understand why the Minister for the Interior would lament to that extent when he had his turn to debate. But, Mr. Speaker, at the heart of the problem relative to funding for our security agencies has been the lack of a coherent national security strategy. Fortunately for us, the minister responsible for national security brandished a document in the full glare of all of us. He took his turn as a nominee for vetting before the Appointments Committee of this august House. Mr. Speaker, given the importance of that document, I thought that government financial policy would have captured at least the fact of implementation of the national security strategy. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, conspicuously missing in the budget statement of government is the outdooring of the national security strategy and its implementation. I'd like to remind the Honorable Minister for the Interior and even the Minister for Defense that one of the missions of the new national security strategy was to make provision for a peace and security fund and to ensure that funding for our security agencies is treated as a matter of priority by government. If the minister would lament about the poor nature of funding for the security agencies of state without making allusion to the national security strategy, which is conspicuously missing in the 2021 budget statement, I would say government needs to do something with the speed of light to ensure that that document finds expression in maybe the mid-year budget review to give some impetus when it comes to funding for our security agencies. Mr. Speaker, having said that, I listened with a lot of attention when the minister referred to page 191 of the budget statement, which has to do with the role of the National Commission on Small Arms and Light Weapons. At paragraph 1096, Mr. Speaker, the minister alluded to how government intends to establish an electronic small arms database for the management of illicit arms flows and armed violence monitoring platform observatory for evidence-based reporting to measure the impact of illicit small arms on the country. Mr. Speaker, this is a laudable intervention that the Small Arms Commission intends to embark upon. But the only worry I have, and I must say I am extremely disappointed, is the silence of this policy statement by government of the need for us to take steps to implement the small arms, the Arms Trade Treaty. The Arms Trade Treaty is a treaty that Ghana signed onto in 2013 and duly ratified same in 2015. I played a pivotal role, Mr. Speaker, with respect to the ratification of that all-important treaty. No mention whatsoever is made, Mr. Speaker, of that important treaty and how it can contribute towards curbing the proliferation of small arms in our country. Mr. Speaker, at the moment, there are a number of gaps in our laws with respect to the proliferation of small arms. For instance, if you take, say, tasers, bulletproof vests, and Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Minister for Defense has had occasion to inform us how his outfit imported about 4,000 bulletproof vests for the police service of our country. But Mr. Speaker, if you ask him what the enabling legislation for the importation of those vests is, the Honorable Minister will tell you that there are gaps. And so today, anybody can go to the market and import pepper spray. And pepper spray, Mr. Speaker, is a very dangerous weapon. When armed robbers visit your home, Mr. Speaker, and use on you, its effects can be more devastating than when they fire shots or warning shots. Because for a moment you'll be blinded, then they have the opportunity to do whatever they want to do. The importation of bulletproof vehicles, Mr. Speaker, does not come under any legal regime in our country. And so when we signed on to the Arms Trade Treaty, Mr. Speaker, we were required in law, and that is an obligation that we assume for ourselves, to furnish the Arms Trade Treaty Secretariat with a control list which would have catered for weapons like tasers, bulletproof vests, bulletproof vehicles, etc., in order to close the gaps. But Mr. Speaker, since 2015, we have not honored our international obligations under the Arms Trade Treaty. So I would entreat the Honorable Minister for the Interior to take urgent steps, since he's very passionate about the proliferation of small arms. And Mr. Speaker, I must say that most of the security challenges we have in our country is as a result of the easy access we have in this country to small arms. Take the conflict in Alavanyo and Nkonya. That conflict has been persistent because of the easy access to small arms. The Boko conflict has been with us for so many decades, because if you go to Boko, small arms abound. You can easily access them. So, Mr. Speaker, armed robberies. People are committing armed robberies in broad daylight because they have easy access to small weapons. So if we're able to curb the proliferation of small arms in our country, Mr. Speaker, we would be solving up the challenges we have with respect to security in our country. Mr. Speaker, the budget statement also touches on the work of the National Disaster Management Organization, NADMO, and reveals to us how NADMO was able to support 57,689 victims of disaster out of a total number of 366,223. Mr. Speaker, this can be found at page 192 of the budget statement. And so one would want to ask the question, what criteria did NADMO use to extend support to 57,000 out of 366,000 disaster victims in our country? Mr. Speaker, what this simply tells you is that NADMO could not extend support to an overwhelming number of disaster victims, maybe through no fault of the NADMO itself. But in 2016, Mr. Speaker, this House took a bold step by reenacting the National Disaster Management Organization Act 2016, which made provision for the establishment of the National Disaster Fund. Since 2016, Mr. Speaker, the problem we have encountered is the implementation and the operationalization of the National Disaster Fund. What was within our contemplation when we thought it and prudent to establish a National Disaster Management Fund was to afford NADMO the ability and the opportunity to extend support to all victims, in order that nobody points any accusing finger at NADMO and says, when we're hit by disaster, you gave selective treatment to a section of the populace. Unfortunately, 4 years of Nanado's tenure in office, they turned a blind eye to the implementation of the National Disaster Management Act 2016. And so, Mr. Speaker, I would urge government to take urgent steps to ensure that any second term in office, the National Disaster Fund is operationalized. And I'll ask the Honorable Minister for the Interior to take up this challenge very, very, very seriously. Mr. Speaker, I'd also like to state that in the budget statement, and the Honorable Minister also spoke extensively about prison reform, mention is made of how steps were taken to decongest our country's prisons, which had some overcrowding rates at 49.49%. Mr. Speaker, in essence, what we're saying is that overcrowding in our prisons, prior to the introduction of those measures to decongest the prisons, was almost 50%. It used to be 40%. Mr. Speaker, until I read this document, I never knew that the figures have now shot up to close to 50%. That is unacceptable. And so, Mr. Speaker, whilst I commend the government for steps they have taken towards decongesting our prisons, which included the grant of amnesty to prison inmates, which then reduced the rate of congestion from 49.49% to 39.55%, I would also add that has not been very, very forceful when it comes to the implementation of a policy that they inherited from the NDC in 2016. And what policy am I talking about, Mr. Speaker? I am making reference, I'm seeking to make reference to the non-custodial policy, sentencing policy that we bequeathed, the NDC bequeathed to the NPP. At the time they took office in 2017, January, the policy had actually been presented to the Attorney General for a bill to be promulgated and presented before this House for its consideration. Mr. Speaker, 4 years down the line, the bill has not been brought before this House. And yet, in the 2016 manifesto of the NPP, the non-custodial measures policy found ample expression in that document, the 2016 manifesto of the NPP.
Honourable Member, please hold on.
Speaker,
Your mic. Yes.
I think that the honourable member is making a lot of constructive contribution, but we never inherited a bill on community service. In fact, we are working to go to cabinet. You remember during number 13, I agree that we are developing it. We did not have a bill, please.
All right. There's no bill. Just take that in now.
Mr. Speaker, what I said was that the policy document was submitted to the Attorney General's Department for purposes of affording the Attorney General's Department the opportunity to formulate, to promulgate a bill and present same before the House. This is what I said. This is what I said with the greatest of respect. Mr. Speaker, in the budget statement, I can see that some mention is made of the construction of the Nsawam Remand Prison project. Once again, this is a project which was inherited by the Nanado administration. The project itself commenced in 2016. One would have expected, Mr. Speaker, for the first time in our history, a sitting president visited the Nsawam medium security prisons, and that is President Mahama. When Seth Boatin came out with that very important documentary, Locked and Forgotten, And when
you have 1 more minute. You have actually exceeded your time because I didn't alert you. I'm
Mr.
allowing
Speaker,
you
when President Mahama saw the plight of the poor prisoners, he instructed the Minister for Finance to ring-fence an amount of 50 million Ghana cedis as seed money for the construction of the Sawam Remand Prisons project. 4 years down the line, we are still giving indication in the budget statement that it is being constructed. We should have been commissioning the Sawam Remand Prisons by now. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, I would like to state that the Minister for Defense has had occasion to state before this honorable house, and it is captured in the budget, that they are constructing a forward operating base at Nzilumbu. It is 10% complete. Given the importance of that,
Yes, Honorable Leader.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, you gave an indication, a direction that Honorable Edward Power should produce a copy of the report that he referred to his contribution. So, Mr. Speaker, he has the report, so he wants to lay the report officially.
Yes, kindly lay. Yes, Honorable Leader.
Speaker, indeed, the Honorable Bauer approached me. He showed me some volume of document. I think 90% of the documents shown were printed from Ghana Web. And the catchy word there, and I drew his attention, is alleged. And I want to put it on record that the document, as shown to me, says that there has been an alleged involvement. Alleged. Essentially saying that the allegation has not been proven. And that is inherent there in the document. And I want to place this on record. And that is significantly different from what the honored member said on his feet. Significantly different.
Honourable members, I'm not allowing further argument on this matter. I directed that it be withdrawn. You withdrew the allegation of conspiracy. Now the document has been brought to my attention. I'll take my time to read it. If my order has to be reversed, it will. Yes.
I just want to indicate very clearly, Mr. Speaker, that yes, what I indicated was I said the Chamber of Bulk Oil Distributors indicated. I didn't say it was proven. I said just indicated that the people who were involved in this, and they mentioned them. So I was just sourcing.
It's all right. I said I'm not allowing any more argument. I thought you were referring to the. Leave it there. If I read it and I find evidence, I'll support it. Yes, Honorable Leader. It's 9 p.m., 6 minutes past 9. On the list of each of the sides, I still have 8 more contributors. Yes.
Speaker, I conferred with my colleague on the other side, and we've agreed to do one apiece. And on our side, the Honorable Minister for Roads and Highways, the Honorable Amokwata, will speak for us. So that's the agreement.
Mr. Speaker, exactly so. And from our side, Honorable Ramadan of Adenta will do our.
Honorable Amokwata, then. You have 15 minutes.
I am most grateful, Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity of contributing to the motion as captured on today's order paper number 5, the front page. for the House to consider and approve the budget statement and the economic policy of government for the year ending 31st December 2021, as was presented to this Honorable House and by extension to the country. Mr. Speaker, whilst congratulating His Excellency the President for the thought-through and the forward-looking budget statement presented to the House for our consideration, I must also put it on record that my ministry, the Ministry of Roads and Highways, is extremely grateful for the extensive treatment that the ministry was giving in the budget statement, as was captured in the document from pages 151 to 156 of the booklet. Mr. Speaker, it's not surprising at all that we were given this extensive treatment, because particularly in this House and among honorable members of this House, and in fact for the country, even though every sector is important, we all agree that the road sector opens up the country and has come to be accepted as forming the basis around which the economic development of this country revolves. Members of Parliament admit that even our own political fortunes, when it comes to our respective primaries in our constituencies, are linked on the length of roads that we are able to construct in our various and respective constituencies. And that is why almost all the time I get the support from members of this august House when issues concerning the road sector comes for consideration. Mr. Speaker, the government of President Akufo-Addo has tackled the road sector with all seriousness since 2017 up to date. My ministry, working through its agencies of Ghana Highway Authority, Department of Federal Roads and Department of Urban Roads, is charged with the oversight responsibility for the almost 80,000 kilometers total road network in our country, covering all the trunk roads, all the city roads, and all the federal roads in our rural areas. The road sector has featured so prominently in the budget because if you take all forms of transportation, it represents almost 97% and is used to support, as I've said, the economic development of the country. 4 main areas were dealt with in quite detail in the budget document. And these 4 areas are the road rehabilitation and maintenance program, road and bridge construction program, road safety and environment program, and last but not the least, road financing program. And under all these, we dealt with completed projects, we dealt with ongoing projects at various percentage levels of completion and we also dealt with pipeline projects. Mr. Speaker, a lot has been done under the routine and periodic maintenance of our roads. That's why, despite the many road projects that have not either been completed or tackled, we still have a large kilometrage of roads in our country. And I am happy to know that because of the aggressive nature of the government in dealing with the road sector, almost every region in this country, and if not all, greater number of all the 260 districts in our country are witnessing road projects taking place simultaneously, either the main road construction or interchanges where necessary, or surface dressing of our roads. Under routine maintenance and periodic maintenance, Mr. Speaker, with leave from you and your permission, I will refer to page 151 of the budget document, paragraphs 830 and 831. Mr. Speaker, I read, government sustained its routine and periodic maintenance activities, as well as minor rehabilitation works to protect the vast investment in road infrastructure. In 2020, routine maintenance activities were carried out on 25,048 kilometers of trunk roads, 11,061 kilometers of feeder roads, and 5,535 kilometers of urban roads. Mr. Speaker, paragraph 831 is stated that in addition, periodic maintenance activities comprising road graveling, spot improvement, and resealing works were carried out on 62 kilometers, 120 kilometers, and 1,570 kilometers of roads, trunk roads, feeder roads, and urban roads, respectively. Under the urban road asphalt overlay program, 648 kilometers of asphalt overlay works were completed in 2020 in the following areas. Mr. Speaker,
Honourable Member, the Speaker to take back the seat.
President's determination to improve upon the road. Sorry.
Yes, Honourable Member, you may continue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honourable Right Honourable Speaker, in the President's determination to improve the road network of our country, a number of roads have been tackled, and if you take the asphaltic overlay which has taken place around the country, no region is left out, because government is ensuring equitable distribution of road network in our country. Right Honourable Speaker, in 2020, the government declared the year as Year of Roads. And all of us and the people of this country can testify to the extensive work that had been done in 2020 in all sectors of the road network. Extensive surface dressing had gone on across the country. Massive asphalt concrete overlays had gone on around the country. Bridges had been built across the length and breadth of the country.
Members, please. You are turning the year into a joke.
Because of this, thank you, Mr. Speaker, because of this and the success story of 2020, His Excellency, the President, when he appeared upon this House to present his State of the Nation address, has again declared 2021 as Year of Youth. And a lot is being done. We have a lot of work to do in the road sector, and it's all reflected in the budget statement. And I am very hopeful that honorable members of this House are going to give full support to all the requests that will come before us. Right, Honorable Speaker, statistics show that if you take the Ashanti region, 260.5 kilometers of asphaltic overlay is being undertaken in Kumasi, Obuasi, Egeso, Bekwai, Mampong, Gabin, and so on. The Bono region, a little over 25 kilometers of Domahinko, Brekum, Sunyani, inner city roads are already asphalted. Central region, 28 kilometers of asphalt concrete has been completed at Elmina, Cape Coast, Serpong, and so on. Eastern region, Kufuridua, Kwapima, Kopong, Akwatia, Chebi, Eburi, Oda, Manfi, and so on, have all benefited from asphaltic concrete overlays. Greater Accra, Adenta Estate, Sakumano Estate, Abrekuma, Ayawasu West, Tema West, Okankwe North, and Central, among others. I am going through all these lists because members are here and can testify. And with all these, I believe that we will support the 2021 Year of Growth. Upper East, Bolgatanga, Navrongo, and now Boku are all benefiting. Upper West, Wa, Laura are benefiting. Western region, Sekendi, Takradi, Christia, and Tapa. North East, Wariwari, internal roads have been all asphalted. And in Gota region, Ho and Hohoi, internal roads have all been asphalted. I can go on and on and on. Mr. Speaker, as we go ahead and as we go forward, government has major policy which have all been explained in the budget statement.
Honourable Member, what is the problem?
Mr. Speaker, under normal circumstances, my senior colleague on his feet, I will not interrupt. Mr. Speaker, as a matter of fact, from 2017 till date, no asphaltic overlay has been placed in any part of it except the dual carriage project that he inherited, which part, no, it's a whole inner city. There's no part. Otherwise, Mr. Speaker, he's a minister. He can just point us to where the asphaltic overlay took place inside the whole. Then we can all be happy about that.
Honourable Member, you don't interrupt debate because you disagree with what a member has stated. That there is no disorder in that. When you get the opportunity to talk, then you correct the errors.
You can disagree with him, but that does not mean that the person is out of order. Let's allow the debate to flow. When you get the opportunity, you also submit what you know are the facts. If the person deliberately is misleading, and that, in your view, amounts to contempt of the House, you refer to it, and then we can refer the member to the Privileges Committee for investigation. That is how we want to conduct the business of the House. That is what the standing orders say. Please, no debate on it. Honorable Minister, continue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, and if you permit me, the statement I made is that I was mentioning towns and areas that have benefited from asphaltic overlay. So, and as he himself indicated, the whole dualization project is being asphalted, and it enters, it runs into Hope, and that program even covers the road that leads to the health university. One lane of almost 13 kilometers has been asphalted, and the entire dualization is going to be asphalted. So I'm saying that areas that have benefited from asphalt overlay in Volta region include Ho and Hohoi. And Hohoi, almost the entire township, inner roads have been asphalted. So, Mr. Speaker, I am speaking about facts. So, in areas where internal roads have been asphalted, others there are asphalt overlays on trunk roads leading to towns, and they are all asphalt concrete overlays. I thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if we talk about routine maintenance, we are talking about...
Honorable Minister, you have to conclude.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we have done a lot of pothole patching, grading, desilting, and vegetation control as part of our routine maintenance program. And as part of our periodic maintenance program, as has been clearly stated in the budget statement, we have done a lot of resealing, a lot of regraveling, asphalt overlays, spot improvement, partial reconstruction, upgrading, and minor rehabilitation also across the country.
Honorable members, from your list, yes, available leader.
Mr. Speaker, we have one contribution from our side that will be done by Honorable Ramadan.
Honorable Mohammed Adamu Ramadan.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity to contribute to the debate on the budget statement and economic policy of the Government of Ghana for the 2021 financial year. I would want to add to the Road Minister that Adenta constituency has approximately about 650 road network. However, we just have about 140, 150 that's been tarred. So we are hoping that this second year of roads, Adenta would have its fair share of that year of roads. Mr. Speaker, anyone who takes a good look at the figures of the budget statement and appreciates numbers would be very disturbed. Why do I say so, Mr. Speaker? May I refer you to Appendix 3A on page 208 of the budget statement, where I want us to look at the interest payments. Mr. Speaker, interest payments are non-discretionary items. Non-discretionary items are items that government has virtually little or nothing to do about it. So you realize that if an item is a non-discretionary item, what government has to do is government is obliged to do them. Mr. Speaker, the interest rates, interest payments for 2021 from Appendix 3A, it shows an interest payment of 35.86 billion, a whopping amount of 35.86 billion. Hey! Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, this is the first time. This is the first time in our history that our interest payment exceeds compensation. It's a worrying signal. And this alone amounts to almost 50% of our total revenue and grants. Wow. Mr. Speaker, if we add compensation of employees, which is approximately about 30.4 billion, to the interest payments, that alone amounts to 91.3% of total revenue and grants. And if we limit it to just domestic revenue, that is about 93.22% of it. Mr. Speaker, this realization is frightening. What this means is that any other thing government intends to do or undertake, government would have to resort to borrowing to do them. Mr. Speaker, this trend is clearly not sustainable. Government's budget for capital expenditure is just approximately something in the region of around 11.43 billion. What this means is that if we were paying less for capital, for interest payments, government could spend more on capital expenditure. Mr. Speaker, the reduction in capital expenditure relative to the outends in 2020 is worrying given the infrastructure gap in this country. The 2021 budget shows a fiscal deficit and a dilemma as to what government should do with respect to capital expenditure and then honoring its interest obligations. Mr. Speaker, the rate of debt accumulation as a country and its interest payments obligation remains a very big challenge in this country. Mr. Speaker, in 2016, the current Vice President, His Excellency, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, speaking at a public lecture on the state of the economy, talked about how the country's debt was suffocating us and how interest payments were at that time. Mr. Speaker, with your indulgence, I would like to read a portion of that article. It says debt Ghana Web. So it's scaled from his public lecture. So
your source.
Mr. Speaker, Dr. Bawumia noted that Ghana's debt total had ballooned from 9.5 billion to 11.5 billion at the end of May 2016. And then I quote, Mr. Speaker, he says, the real effects of the reckless borrowing undertaken in the last 7 years is seen in the magnitude of interest payments Ghana has been burdened with, which has meant that vital resources which should have gone into vital sectors, infrastructure development, social services, are now being pumped into settling debt obligations. To put the interest payments on the debt in context, we should note that the entire allocation in the 2016 budget of the Ministry of Roads and Highways, Trade and Industry, Food and Agriculture, Water Resources, Works and Housing, Youth and Sports, and Ministry of Transport amounted to a total of 2.1 billion then. Interest payments in 2016, however, was about 5 times what was allocated to these 6 key ministries combined. As interest payments go up, the space for development shrinks, and this is all due to financial indiscipline. At the end of 2008, Ghana's total interest debt payment was something in the region of 680. End of quote. Mr. Speaker, this is what the running mates to and current Vice President said in 2016. But, Mr. Speaker, the interest payment then was about 11.5 billion in 2016, 13.6 billion in 2017, 15.8 billion in 2018, 19.8 billion in 2019, 24.6 billion in 2020, and a whopping 35.864 billion in 2021. It's unheard of. It's unheard of. Mr. Speaker, let's please take a look at Appendix 2C on page 207.
On page 207, interest payments amounted to 5.7% of GDP. However, that was the proving out end in 2019. Proving out end in 2020, interest payments was 6.4%. In 2019, interest payments on non-oil tax revenue was 48.7%. In 2020, the proving out end, interest payments on non-oil tax revenue was 57.8%. Mr. Speaker, if we move to Appendix 3B on page 211, there's something very interesting. And I can appreciate why they didn't show it in the budget. For 207, they indicated interest payments percentage of non-oil tax revenue. However, this figure was absent on page 211. They did not indicate the percentage of tax revenue on non-oil. So interest payments in 2021 amounted to 8.3% of GDP. However, Mr. Speaker, if you compute the amount of percentage non-tax revenue in 2021, it is something in the region of 66.9%. Mr. Speaker, if you compute, once you know the figures, and you're comfortable with the figures, you should be able to compute the percentage non-tax revenue. Mr. Speaker, clearly as a country, we need to begin to take a critical look at this issue of debt and interest payments. It is clearly unsustainable. We must come together as a country and find a solution to some of this. Mr. Speaker, I thank you for this opportunity and God bless.
Majority Chief Whip.
Speaker, I've confirmed my colleague, and we've agreed one apiece on each side. And at this juncture, Speaker, you are clearly in your hands.
Yes, Deputy Minority Leader.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, the day has long been spent. Members are tired. We are now in your hands. So we need a directive from you, Mr. Speaker.
Well, tomorrow is reserved for the leaders. And I have been guided to give each leader 40 minutes to sum up. So tomorrow is only the leaders who are going to summarize all your contributions, sum it up, and end the debate. And so once you've agreed that you have come to the end of your day, I don't expect anybody to be putting pressure on Speaker to get you the opportunity to contribute to the debate. It's only for the minority leader and the deputy majority leader. The mover of the motion may come in by our rules, and that is the Minister for Parliamentary Affairs and also responsible for the Minister of Finance. That is, if there are a few issues he wants to clarify. That is all. And so I'm going to adjourn the House. Yes, please.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. I think that the explanation given by you make it very clear that tomorrow is reserved for the two leaders. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the time allotted to the two leaders, they give up to 1 hour, 20 minutes. So, assuming that we start at 10, by 11:30 we should be done. Mr. Speaker, we have some new ones who are eager to introduce themselves. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to appeal that if we can allow new members even 5 minutes to introduce themselves, that will help us. So at least we have 4 from each side, 5 minutes, 5 minutes. That will give us 40 minutes for the 8 of them before the members, the leaders sum up and then wind the debate. This is an appeal, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
It's a reasonable suggestion. It makes a lot of sense. I don't think this is cast in stone, Speaker, but I respect your directive. And I think that on our side, we have managed it so well that most of our new members have participated. Maybe you should take a cue from us. And if you look at a typical day, out of the 12 speakers, we allocated about 8 to the new members. Myself, I yielded my space to a new member. Maybe the minority should take a cue from us. Speaker, I think that your ruling should stand. And most of our new members have had a bite. Your ruling should stand, and tomorrow should be devoted to the leadership, and that is the deputy, as you rule, the deputy majority leader and the minority leader, and of course the leader of the House will have a bite, as Speaker you rightly intimated, as the rules permit. So I think your ruling should stand, and that will work out well for the House.
Mr. Speaker, we have more new members than them. So if you have exhausted your new members, we have more. We have more than you. So there's nothing to learn from you. Okay? No, we did. But we have more new members than you have.
Ordinarily, I shouldn't be doing this with my respected deputy majority leader. I followed your membership. On a typical day, the number of people who spoke on a day. You reserved the portfolios for your old members. You should have taken cognizance of your new members. On average, I saw 2, 3, 1 person on your side. You didn't manage it well, and that is your problem. So, Speaker, I think your ruling should stand. And my respected leader should respect your ruling, and we should go by this.
Well, we in conclave this morning discussed this issue. And the guidance I was giving is that tomorrow is reserved for the leaders. I agree that in situations such as this, it's important that you give more room to the first termers, because when we go to the consideration of the estimates, reports will be coming from the committees, and it is the same chair, deputy chair, ranking, vice, and the rest who will be moving and seconding the motion and contributing again. And the new members will not have the opportunity to at least start learning on their feet, gathering some confidence. It's not easy to talk on your feet. And then also learning the skills and at least voice moderation. I have been listening to a lot of you, and what you've been doing is shouting, you know. And when you are shouting, our constituents listen and they think we are fighting. It doesn't convey a good image of the House. I just left some young team. They came to try and display some IT applications to see whether Parliament could adopt those applications. And the sentences they used about Parliament were so worrying. One said, Parliament is now a joke.
And that is the image outside there. That is why sometimes I seem to be very strict. And I can see members are very uncomfortable when I'm strict. And some even after that, they walk out. I see them take their books and documents and just leave the premises, the chamber, just because maybe I have insisted on the right thing being done. I'm doing this because I want to save the image and reputation of Parliament. I don't enjoy doing it. You know, I'm a very friendly person. But at least we are in the eye of the public. The whole world is looking up to Ghana because we are seen as the leaders when it comes to democracy in Africa. We cannot afford to let that go. So please, let's go by the rules. There's maintenance of order, and there are rules there. Go to order in house and how the speaker is to enforce the order. But we have always resisted the temptation to apply the rules because of the effect of the application of the rules on your fortunes. Because when your constituents see you being disciplined openly on the floor, it has serious, catastrophic effect on your chances in the next election. And we don't want to vote against you whilst you are on the floor. That is why we don't apply those rules. And you can see, whilst I'm talking, there's a caucus there discussing a few issues. They are not listening. They are not listening. It's very important because we are honorable members of Parliament. It's my duty to encourage you. It's my duty to create more space for you. It's my duty to try and mentor you to make sure that in future you perform better than me. But if you come in with some belligerence and a complete disorderly manner, it's very difficult to control. And we don't want that to be showcased on the floor of Parliament. It's not good. So tomorrow, we reserve it for the leaders. If you think that the 40 minutes per leader is too much, let me know. But that was what they put across at conclave, and we agreed that we should give them sufficient time to do so. Then after that, we can put the question. Then you start reporting on the estimates. The motions will come. Please, this time around, give some room to the members. Now, we don't want to refer to them as backbenchers, because here we don't sit on benches. It's in the House of Commons where they sit on benches, and so they call them backbenchers, which became a term, of art. But here we don't sit on benches. And so the new termers should be given the opportunity to contribute. Once the indication is that you are fatigued and you want us to take an adjournment, I will do so now. The majority leader is in, but the clear indication is that the House will adjourn. Yes, so, honorable members, the House is accordingly adjourned till Friday, 19th March 2021 at 14 hours in the afternoon. That is 2 p.m. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, since tomorrow being Friday, we agree that if we can sit at 10 o'clock in the forenoon, so that we can close early for members who want to travel can do so.
Is that the understanding of the House? Well, I am committed tomorrow at 10 a.m. I will definitely then request the First Deputy Speaker to commence the proceedings tomorrow. I will not be available at 10 a.m. tomorrow. Yes, Majority Leader.
Speaker, I caught the tail of your submissions as I was entering the chamber, and I'm advised, and I believe same to be true, that a few proposed contributors to the motion. I guess it will not be possible to accommodate everybody. We should appreciate that. The estimates will roll out, and people who didn't have the opportunity to contribute will have the opportunity to contribute when the estimates of the various sectors come to the floor. And accordingly, those people will be given pride of place. Having said so, Mr. Speaker, if we have to accommodate the minority leader would encapsulate the submissions of the minority caucus on the principles of the budget. I have always insisted that he must be accorded enough space for the contribution. Worst case scenario, he must be given not less than 40 minutes. That's 45 minutes. And barring interruptions, the majority leader, the pro tem, acting majority leader, would also accordingly be given equal opportunity to contribute. And the person standing in for the minister at large would also make some winding up contribution. Looking in the circumstance to not less than 2 hours. And I would suggest that, as proposed by the Deputy Minority Leader, that accordingly we set a 10. If there are any slippages, we should even set at 11. Latest by 11:30, 12, we could begin in earnest the winding up on the debate. And then you're looking at, say, latest 2 o'clock, we'll have finished. If any votes have to be taken, and of course, it's a motion, you may have to put a vote on the question proposed. The question we put, and other things may follow. Mr. Speaker, I would want to plead with members that given the limited space, Saturday Parliament would sit, and the intended really is to accord space to the various committees to begin in earnest the consideration of the sectoral allocations, because it's intended beginning Tuesday for them to submit a report for consideration, such that by Friday next week we conclude the consideration of the sectoral allocations, so that we'll be in a position to pass the appropriations bill latest Tuesday, the 30th of March, in order for us to be able to proceed to our various destinations 31st March, to be with our constituents in the celebration of Good Friday and Easter generally. But Mr. Speaker, tomorrow we will speak to that, just to give members a teaser to what may happen next week, and then this next succeeding week, which Parliament will take an agenda.
So, Speaker, I speak to the issues raised by the Deputy Minority Leader, just so to prepare us for the events and business of the next succeeding week. The rest of it, Mr. Speaker, will left in your hands because we are past the usual closing hour. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the space granted.
Well, honorable members, the Majority Leader just confirmed the information we shared. It's just that they disagreed with the House adjourning to 2 p.m. tomorrow, and that the understanding is 10 in the morning. I have indicated that I will not be available at 10, so the first Deputy Speaker will be in the chair. And so with this, I proceed to adjourn the House till Friday, 19th March 2021 at 10 o'clock in the forenoon. The House is accordingly adjourned.